You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you can call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Or email us at perkinsonline@cwjamaica.com. You can also listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Perkins Online on Power 106 FM. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Morning, everybody. Morning, and welcome once again to Perkins Online. The Gleaner has this morning a headline across the front page: Crime Killing GDP. And it says, when I read the story, it is saying the World Bank is calling for donors to give greater assistance to the Caribbean to fight crime, which the mission says is reducing regional development, is retarding regional development. In a report titled Crime, Violence and Development, Trends, Costs and Policy Options, the economy could be put on a better footing and be developing and demanding labor, and people were getting better educations and so on and so forth. Better education, right? And training and all this kind of thing. Quite true. But it is going to take a lot more than a reduction in crime to get GDP moving at that level. It isn't just a reduction in crime that is going to bring that about. For that to come about, you have to have investment. Right? So when the crime level comes down, persons with capital, whether persons in Jamaica or persons abroad, will have to think now, where are we going to put this capital? Where is the best place to put it? Should it be Costa Rica or Jamaica? And there are going to be other factors under consideration. If they want to come to Jamaica, for example, to invest, right? How long is it? I was talking yesterday about the process in New Zealand, as I understand it, right? Some New Zealander out here in Jamaica was saying on a radio program that if you want to start a business in New Zealand, to get the necessary permits, you don't need to spend 2 years, as is likely to be the case in Jamaica. You get on your computer, you put the requisite information, and you forward it to the appropriate government agency, and in a matter of hours, you get back a response giving you the necessary permission, given that the information is satisfactory. You get the permission and you can start putting in your business, right? Here in Jamaica, it doesn't work like that. The bureaucracy stands in the way of progress. And the corruption and all sorts of other things. So there are a lot of changes that are going to have to be made to get this economy moving, right? There's a lot of education and training of the workforce that needs to be done. And there's talk in the Gleaner about, or there's been some talk over the last few days about the justice system, right? All of that, there are a hell of a lot of things that need to be done. And if you're going to have a finance minister who is going to be offering high interest rates, I mean, at various times interest rates have been in excess of 40%, 50%, right? What can the man with some capital do with his capital that is going to earn him a higher rate of interest than he could earn on government paper when government paper is at that level? Right? Hold on just a moment for me.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:15.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. No upfront payments necessary.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
The management of Lasco Distributors Consumer Division at White Marl wishes to advise the public that due to an upgrading exercise of its information technology system, there have been delays in the delivery of food products to some distributors and retailers. We are working assiduously to resolve the situation in the shortest possible time. Lasco apologizes for the temporary inconvenience. The upgrade will result in even better service for you, our valued customers.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Yes, I was saying earlier that it is amazing that something like this is around, is in the offing, and we don't hear the Prime Minister talking about it in her budget. Does she really understand? Does she know that this is happening? That the level of crime in the Caribbean is the highest in the world as a region, level of murders, and in Jamaica it is higher than anywhere else in the Caribbean. And we have more prisoners in British jails than any other country. What is happening to this country? It is rotting. And, sorry, there doesn't even seem to be an awareness of the seriousness of the matter with in government, and sometimes one thinks in the media too. We don't seem to understand what is going on in the country, how bad things are, how difficult it is going to be to get them back on any sound footing. I don't know, it's very serious. And look here, I heard the Attorney General, saying on the news somewhere that it is going to take another 10 years at least to fix the justice system, and a lot of money. At least 10 years. So we're going to have to live with this benighted justice system, which is contributing to the level of crime in the country. We're going to have to live with that for another 10 years? Boy. It is very serious. Very, very serious. Now, I don't know. I don't know where we're going. I don't know. Very, very sad. Very, very frightening. And the Minister of National Security has been so quiet. Hardly a word coming out of him these days. Mm-hmm. And I've talked about other contributing factors, the economy. But what about the way people are treated in Jamaica? By the police. And the Prime Minister made a promise at her inauguration that she was going to do, her first commitment to the Jamaican people was to do something about this problem of human rights abuses. So far as I'm aware, she has done absolutely nothing. She promised to do something about corruption, which is also a factor leading to economic decay and high levels of crime. If the former Prime Minister can tell you that the law is not a shackle, if it's not a shackle for him, why should it be a shackle for anybody else? Huh? And if the Minister of National Security can tell you that in Jamaica, the man who plays by the rules is the man that gets shafted, right? If the minister, what do you think when those little boys out there hear that? What is it? What is the effect that it is having on their minds? In Jamaica, the man who plays by the rules is the man that gets shafted. And this is the Minister of National Security that is telling you that. And the trouble about it is that it is true. It is not he's going off his head. He is right on. But then what is he doing about it? Huh? One has an impression that government in Jamaica is a means whereby some people enjoy power and income and the ability to drive, what do you call them? SUVs, expensive SUVs, and to have security around their houses and the health insurance at public expense and so on. And opportunities to do all sorts of other things. That is what government is about in Jamaica. Right? But the decays, the rot is occurring, and nothing is happening, nothing is being done. And the Prime Minister thinks that the way to deal with it, I mean, she who loves the poor, she says, right? Who comes from among the poor. She's a woman from the bowels of the working class. But being from the bowels of the working class doesn't really mean, does it? That you have any greater affection for the working class than anybody else. Right? And even if you do, that you have the means of solving the problems of the working class. Right? Don't mean that. And we were hoping, I was quite definitely hoping to see her bring to the table some ideas for radical transformation of this society. Up to now, I haven't seen them. Okay, let's get on with it. Time to go to the telephones. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Monty.
Hi, morning. How are you?
How are you this morning?
Not too bad, sir. How are you?
Good. No, Monty, have we also lost our sovereignty in this nation?
Have I what?
Has Jamaica lost its sovereignty?
Has it lost its sovereignty?
Yeah. The Prime Minister used to boast about we are a sovereign nation, to make sovereign decisions, and nobody can trouble that.
Yes, well...
Then how the hell is the Minister, Mr. Omar Davis, telling us that the Jamaican people cannot know what is going on with the sale of the most important asset, the Jamaica Public Service Company, because of American laws. What kind of damn fool
But that is particularly the case, sir. Particularly, I mean, there's something particularly odious about this.
Very odious.
Having regard to the fact that we are told that the laws of Jamaica are not shackles.
Exactly.
You know, the Jamaican law is not a shackle.
No.
Right? But American law is.
American law is. What a puppy show government this butty.
Yes.
Then I heard Mrs. Patapsin on a radio program saying that Trafigura is in the bidding again. No, and that we can't prevent Trafigura.
Well, I subsequently heard that Trafigura is not in the bidding, but what's the name of that company? That is its
it's subsidiary?
No.
Mark, which company?
Oh, it is a Dutch European company, Dutch, I believe, that is involved in bauxite and.
Oh yes, the same one here.
What's the name of it? Anyway. Glencore.
Yeah.
Yes.
Glencore.
No, I gather that Glencore is in the bidding. I don't know. I did hear on the news, and I think from Mrs. Patapsing that they were involved, or she was being quoted or something. That traffic.
They just decide that we said it's good for you. So, as I told you one time at Darrington in St. Mary, they had this black boy, which was really cholera, right? And they had a man in the hospital there, and some of the poor people before they die, you know, him carry them and pushing them in the grave because he get paid according to how much people he buried. And when the people they say, Lord, somebody not dead yet. Him say, me say you're dead. You understand? And to me, that is how the arrogance in which the government is operating.
But you know, sir, in all this discussion about health affairs and all this kind of thing, do you realize that we have a government in office, right? That is doing all kinds of things with money.
Yes.
They borrow as much as they can borrow. They put the country in a hell of a lot of debt. And they can spend $9 billion on Cricket World Cup and other similar sums and other such things. Right? And we have Jamaicans who are dying.
Dying, sick, hungry.
For what? Well, forget about the hungry part of it. Right? For the moment. People have illnesses and cannot afford to pay to have those illnesses privately serviced. Nor can they afford to pay for them in government hospitals.
No.
Right?
No, Monty.
And people are dying.
Of course. And it don't touch their heart. And they love poor people. They don't feel the pain.
Yes.
They don't feel the distress. They tell you we can't afford it. No. Why is it that under colonialism and when Jamaica just became independent, those poor people could get the treatment? I know Port Mary Hospital. I've never been there for the treatment. But I know when Dr. Harry was at Port Mary Hospital, when Sidney Martin was at Notterby Hospital, when people got there, they looked after them, do everything for them, operated on them, give them drugs. When they kept them in the hospital had clean sheets, clean beds.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Had dispensary. That doctor said, you know, they get your drugs and you go home. Right? Some of the poor people feel so indebted to doctor. You see them come with them coconut and them plant and them cane to doctor. Because they never have any money, but a doctor don't charge them, you know. But they felt so good and, you know, felt like human beings. Now, when they go there, where you come from, you have to register. You have free driver's card.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
To be treated like that in their own country. Some of them shame and don't want to go to hospital.
Yes. How can a government? How can a government really look you in the eye and tell you that after 18 years, that is what they have brought the country to. And they want a fifth term.
And I want fifth term. And people talking about where you're going to get the money. You'll find the money if you're interested in the poor people.
But
look at these poor people in the country. Most of them you see in government, their parents poor, and they're going without shoes, they're going almost starve themselves, they're not fix the house. And them said they've got university and school. You get what I mean? So why Jamaica can't do that for its people?
But you know, sir,
since we're a family, the family educate them and put them where them is. Now why the country as a family can't do that for the poor?
Let me ask you something.
In our society.
Which is more important?
Oh, I tell you.
Which is more important? Having a North Coast highway or having adequate health facilities?
And education.
That any Jamaican who finds himself with an illness can have that illness treated, right? In a public hospital.
It must be to help your brother and sister, buddy.
Why is it that politicians, members of parliament and of the government, if they and their family get sick,
they're front and cleared and gone away.
They are insured at public expense.
Yes.
The very people who cannot find the means of getting themselves medical treatment, they are contributing to that insurance policy.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And the people, I never forget, you know. Some years ago, there was a young man, Michael Manley, who had a condition. What was it? I can't remember.
It was, prostate cancer.
No. That was after. But he had a condition. Went off to the United States, I think to New York, to have it treated.
Yes.
And it was done successfully.
Yes.
Either New York or Miami. And at the same time, there was a young man in the Kingston Public Hospital.
Oh, yes.
With the same problem.
Yes, I remember.
You remember that?
Very well, yes.
And he died.
He died, yes. He was like a poor nigger. A poor little nigger boy.
Yes. Right? And that is how this country has been run.
Exactly, but they are sovereign. They are good. We are the chaff in the field.
Yes.
You know? And, Monty, is there a plan to shut down Parliament so that questions cannot be asked? I hear that they're to lock down the Parliament for a couple months or so. Could you investigate it?
I suspect that is, I heard about it last night.
Yes.
And I suspect that is an indication that,
elections are near.
That the elections are nearer than we have been led to think.
Yeah. Finally, Monty, before I leave, I was just reminiscing on my life in Jamaica here and politics, and there was always an affinity of music and politics. I remember in the 60s, was it?
Yes.
Had a song, Everything Crash, Police.
Yes.
You remember that one? Then another one came, Better Must Come, It Must Come. And then the other one, My Leader Banya.
Yes.
I believe, I hear another one there, and they're playing it, Mark. How long shall the wicked reign over
That has been
us?
there for some time.
Oh, Jezebel.
Look here, sir, you might be called upon to apologize.
How long shall the wicked reign over us, oh Jezebel?
But look here, you haven't seen The Gleaner, have you?
No, I have not seen
No,
it.
well, when you see it, there is this story about murder in the World Bank story about
I heard you in it.
the effect of murder. There's another one on the front page of The Gleaner.
Yes.
Delays in the justice system,
Yes.
as well as the inequality of the treatment meted out to the rich, the poor, the powerful, and those without power. Head the list of concerns expressed by Jamaicans during an 8-month-long public consultation on the reform of the justice system. And the Attorney General is saying that it is going to take at least 10 years and a lot more money than the government seems, I'm saying this, than the government seems at the moment to have available.
Moti, these things have been pointed out by you, by Jamaicans for Justice, Council of Human Rights, State Family, for years now.
What this tells you,
more than the life of this government, and you appoint this high committee, spend so much million to come and tell you what everybody know already. What the hell is going on in this country?
If you can't solve the problem, appoint a committee. And have the committee sit for a number of years, turn in a report, which then get lost in somebody's desk. And
so we must put up with
this. And when people start
years.
Raising hell again, you appoint another committee.
I tell you.
All right, sir.
Okay,
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello, morning, Mr. Perkins.
Morning, sir.
Clive Mullings.
Oh, Mr. Mullings, good morning.
Good morning.
You have been... Well, tell me something.
Yes.
I hear Parliament has been closed down.
For 2 weeks, for recess.
For
in
what?
Fact, recess.
Recess?
Yes. And in fact, I had somewhat of a face-off with the leader of government business, Dr. Phillips, over it. Because his response was that it is traditional that they do that. And I'm saying,
but that's not true.
Well, but in any event, I indicated to him that in the standing order is not provided for. And in fact, it's a waste of time. You have people's business to do. You must deal with it.
Yes.
And I cannot understand for the life of me why you're going to recess for 2 weeks. Because you've just had a budget debate.
But usually after the budget debate, they have the, what's it called now?
Sectoral debate. Sectoral.
The sectoral debate, yes.
And we're not sure actually when that is going to start, if it's going to start. Because, of course, we hear, of course, it's an election here. But the reason I called this morning is because there is a development or a developing trend for, and I speak specifically now to the Minister of Finance, who is indicating that we have to be careful what we say because we may scare off investors. And I speak specifically of the sale to Maribeni by Milan. And not only do I find it offensive, but we must realize that as a people, and as a sovereign nation, we must ask questions.
Yes.
And,
and must have answers.
And must have answers.
Yes.
And interestingly enough, the minister said in his closing of the budget debate that Maribeni would not have been interested in the Caribbean operations if they were not getting JPS.
Hold on just a moment for me, sir.
Barco Caribbean Limited has such a fine cosmetic line for hair and skin. My family and I have used all their products from Pure Lean to Camille to Magic Beauty. These products can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is 10:45.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Do you have fat thighs or calves, flabby arms, double chin or crow's feet, baby tummy that won't budge or unsightly cellulite? Well, visit Suddenly Slender and experience the magic of mineral body wraps. Would you like to be slimmer? Lose 6 to 30 inches? Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston, 920-1139 or 997-1909.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface trough northeast of the island. Today will be partly cloudy with scattered showers during the afternoon. In our 3-day outlook, Saturday look for scattered showers. On Sunday and Monday expect partly cloudy conditions and isolated showers in the afternoons. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here, Mr. Mullins.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. And he indicated that Maribeni, that someone from Maribeni said that they were not interested in the Caribbean operations if they were not getting JPS. So, you have to ask yourself, and the people of the country must ask themselves the question, why? What is in it so for them that they would require JPS? What is in the kind of arrangement we have?
Well, JPS obviously is a big prize. I mean, and as I understand it, there is no obligation to be efficient. In fact, the more inefficient you are, is the more money you make.
Absolutely. And one of the things, Mr. Perkins, one of the things, and I raised this issue a few years ago when I started looking at the revenue flows of Jamaica in relation to Morant internationally. And one of the things that came out clearly was that they were really making a very good turn of profit on us. There's nothing wrong with profit, nothing wrong with that.
Yes.
But the tariff arrangement is so skewed, it's so configured, and has inputs in it that have no relationship to deliver electricity.
And not only that, I see the World Bank saying that, we must reduce crime. If we can reduce crime, the economy will grow 5.4% a year.
That's simplistic.
Right? Is absolutely ridiculous. Because if the cost of electricity is going to remain as high as it is, and it is growing.
Yes.
Because I gather that I heard on the news last night that rates are going up.
That's correct.
Right? Now, at the levels that rates already are in Jamaica.
Yes.
Right? It must be an inhibition to investment.
And of course,
right? because if you're going to manufacture with electricity rates at the level that they are in Jamaica, as compared with other countries, you're going to have an impediment to efficiency and competitiveness.
And the electricity input affects every single thing.
Absolutely.
So, we're really, really very concerned as to this tariff arrangement that has been so put together. It's holding on till 2009, and it is something that must concern every single Jamaican who's paying for the electricity.
Yes.
I think that there is a growing tendency that, as if to say that no matter what you say, you must be very careful because you may scare the investor off. It's like that. Investors look for profit. They look at hard numbers.
We cannot accept, Mr. Mullins, that we as Jamaicans cannot ask what we consider appropriate questions and make what we consider appropriate comments for the sake of scaring off that is not scaring off any investor that is worth having, right? If you ask questions, give the answers.
Absolutely.
Right? If you make a comment that is invalid, correct it.
Yes, and
tell the man what the position is. Right? There's no reason why people are going to have to sort of, be deprived of free speech in order to have investors coming in here? That's rubbish.
Absolute rubbish. And it is why because nobody more than I would want to see the back of Iran. But it's not just a question of seeing the back of Iran. It's a question of the kind of license that's going to be given to any entity that's going to generate electricity here.
Yes.
And some of the things I found abhorrent. For instance, we are paying for the income tax obligations of the company.
Yes.
While they get a tax concession abroad. They have U.S. inflation inputs when electricity is generated here from equipment here.
Yes.
So on whose behalf is this so configured?
And look here, let me ask you a question. Is it the best idea to have Jamaica Public Service Company, a monopoly operated by a private investor, right? Or would it have been better to have the distribution separated and held by public authority?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
While the generation of electricity, anybody could come,
yes,
put up a plant, generate electricity and sell it to the Jamaica Public Service Company.
Yes.
Right? And then you would have, at that end, you would have competition.
This is one of the things we put on the table.
Yes.
The Minister of Finance is saying it can't work because of the capital inputs that are required. We reject that.
But that's nonsense.
Of course it's nonsense. And one of the things, Mr. Perkins, is that what has happened in Jamaica is that people say they are on behalf of the poor. What I'm asking the people of Jamaica to do is to listen and ask the questions. And when we cut away the political talk, the technical talk, and then you see what the numbers are suggesting, then you know who has the interest of the poor.
Yes.
And it's something that we have to understand and deal with, because at any given point in time, I give an example. The leader of opposition spoke about healthcare and free healthcare. No sooner than he said that, we heard that the government was proposing free healthcare for children. That was announced this week. Yet, the Permanent Secretary indicated on a radio program that she was told last week about this development.
Yes.
We were also told that this was cast in the budget. Yet, when the Prime Minister gave her press conference, she indicated that it was for registration and medication. And said, Minister, then later on, a press release is issued after questions arose as to what she said in Parliament and what she said at her own press briefing, to say, no, it covered everything. So this is obviously you're playing politics with something without thinking it through, and in fact telling the nation that you're in the budget when it isn't.
Up to now, the minister has not said how that is going to be accommodated in the budget, has he?
No, he has not. In fact, she indicated to the press corps at her press briefing that the Minister of Finance would speak to the expenditure.
Yes, but the minister did not.
He said absolutely nothing. So what is this? And we speak of popularity, and we speak of loving the poor. I'm very concerned because it would appear that what we have, not a budget presentation, what we have is a speech designed for the election where people's hopes are raised only to fall flat. And that, I think, is the greatest dishonesty to the people of this country. Judge whichever party on the issues, what they bring to bear. And look beyond the spin.
Yes.
But we must not be silenced, Mr. Perkins. We must not be silenced.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Another thing, Mr. Mullins.
Yes.
There was a case reported in the papers yesterday about a woman who apparently owned premises, which she rented out to a tenant. Right? Apparently the tenant wasn't paying the rent and wasn't paying for the cost of electricity. I don't know, we didn't get a lot of information about the case, right? But the landlady apparently told the Jamaica Public Service Company to cut off the lights.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now, I assume that the Jamaica Public Service Company was, the bills were not being paid. And they, I can't imagine them.
Well, there are two things though. Because the contract you enter into would be between either the landlord or the tenant. It would be a contract with the JPS.
Yes.
If the contract is, say, in the name of the landlord, and the landlord, by virtue of trying to get rid of the tenant, then terminates that, it is breach of what they call quiet enjoyment. So you can do, if it's turning off the electricity, if it's turning off the water, if it's creating a noise, anything designed to breach that right of quiet enjoyment.
But hold on, sir. And that person has a right of quiet enjoyment.
Yes.
Even when he is not paying the bills that need to be paid?
No, but if the bill is in terms of for the electricity, if the contract is in the name of the tenant and they're not paying, they're going to turn off the light.
Yes.
So it's
okay, suppose the contract is in the name of the landlord.
Yes.
Right? And the landlord is paying the and the arrangement is that the tenant will reimburse the landlord for what is paid in electricity bills.
Yes.
The landlord pays the bills.
Yes.
And the tenant does not reimburse the landlord and maybe is not paying the rent.
Well, in that regard, the landlord would then sue to recover from the tenant.
Yes, sir, but that is going to take 10 years.
True.
And and in the meantime, the amount of the debt is is increasing.
Yes.
Because the electricity bills are coming every month.
Yes.
So the landlord says to the public service company, and I rather doubt that the public service company would be engaged in a plot against the quiet enjoyment of the tenant.
No.
Right? The electricity company is concerned to get its bills.
Yes.
It paid. And if the bills are not paid, then they will be inclined to cut off the supply of electricity.
Yes, that's correct.
So the landlord says to them, well, all right, turn off the light. Right?
Yes.
I'm not paying any more bills.
Yes.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is
11 o'clock.
Who will be crowned Miss Jamaica Festival Queen 2007? 13 parishes will choose their cultural ambassador at the National Festival Queen Coronation Shows island-wide. On Saturday, May 5, Hanover, Russey's High School, St. Thomas, Colonel Cove, Westmoreland, Sean Lavery Faith. And on Sunday, May 6, Clarendon, Hotel Versailles, Kingston and St. Andrew, Louise Bennett Garden Theatre, Hope Road. All shows start at 8 p.m. Except for Kingston, your show starts at 7. The JCDC Festival Queen Coronation Shows are brought to you by Digicel, the official mobile network of Festival 2K7, MoneyGram, the Jamaica Observer, Power 106 FM, Crystar Villas, Singer, MacD's Auto, and Soft Sheen Carson. See the Observer for details.
Hey, new start from cable and wireless. You get more talk time and it's wireless. I want your name just talk. Cable and wireless card. Use it a yard and broad. Local and international. Make us say to the UK, Canada, US. Then from US, Canada, UK back to yard. Just talk. Them a go hard. Just talk. Cable and wireless card. Use it a yard and broad. Local and international. Make us say to the UK, Canada, US. Then from US, Canada, UK back to yard. Just talk. Them a go hard. Yo, get one get with it. Once you're in it, you win it. New cable and wireless card. Name just talk. So go guess one. Conditions apply. Testing 1 3. Use it for any phone and every phone. Down it.
Celebrating social style, unwrap a lot of happy smiles. Just think of the joy you bring with a social gift that keeps on giving.
Ideal for celebrating life goals or marking special occasions, a Scotia gift certificate is the one gift your friends and family will appreciate for years to come.
Never forget the day you gave the best gift, a Scotia gift.
That's just per. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch today for details on Scotia gift certificates.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, so we're back.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Well,
Yes,
I should say that it would be a defense to the action of the breach of a quiet job if you can show to the court that in point of fact the contract is in your name, that the tenant is not paying the bills and is racking up costs to you. So that would be a defense to the action. But you have to look at the weight of the evidence that is there.
I suppose so, but I can't imagine.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I can't imagine the landlord or landlady in this case saying to the public service company, "Look here, I want to get rid of this tenant, and he won't leave, right? So do me a favor, just cut off the light for me."
No, because in that regard, the company would then be
a party to conspiracy.
That's right.
But we haven't heard that, right?
Yes.
And so my understanding of what I understand to be happening is that the person wasn't paying. Let me ask you another question. It is my understanding that the public service company, if in a situation like that, if a tenant, let us say that the tenant was the party to the contract with the public service company.
Yes.
That person does not pay the bill.
Yes.
And leaves the house, leaving a debt, right?
Yes.
That the debt is attached by the public service company to the premises.
That ought not to happen, no.
No?
No.
That doesn't happen?
No, because I said the contract is between the individual and the company. So they should have recourse against the individual. Yes.
So that does not happen?
No. If it does, then the power company is in trouble.
But
because by virtue of contract law, you can't attach to the premises.
Yes, it was my impression that was what was happening. That happened. That is how it was done.
Okay.
Anyway.
Well, thank you, Mr. Perkins. All the best now.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, morning, sir.
Good morning, Shafi. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you.
On the issue of Pastor Fib.
Of what?
Pastor Fib.
Oh, yes.
Pastor Fib.
Sin.
Yes, that's his new name.
Oh, Pastor Fib.
Because when he said that he was not aware that the media was there when he was speaking, if the Prime Minister is there, isn't it obvious that the media is going to be
When did he say that?
He said it on the television program he was.
Oh?
Hello?
Yes. That he wasn't aware that the media
was in his presence.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. I think he should change his name from Fin to Fib.
Then let me ask you something. God didn't tell him that the media were there?
And that is the other thing. If you... That is the other thing. And he continues to say, if his prophecy. I mean, if this was a man of God, it is a prophecy of God, not his. So he has no claim to it really, and he's supposed to be just a mouthpiece.
Well, no, hold on. If it is, this depends upon whether Did he say it was his prophecy?
Well, he continued to say if his prophecy don't come true, I mean...
If his prophecy didn't come true.
Right, I've heard that on more than one occasion. When I think in humility, if you're a mouthpiece of God, I mean, if you're a man of God, you will, I mean, all praise would go to him.
Well, I don't know. But I suppose he's identified with the prophecy.
Boy, I tell you,
But then on the other hand, you know, maybe another way of looking at it is that who is it that is saying that this will happen? Is it Mr. Sin?
Fib.
Or is it God?
We shall see. In a few months we will see. Well, the other thing, I have a big one for you, Sapi.
But a gentleman called me on this program.
Yes.
And told me that his wife was a member of that church.
I heard it.
Okay.
And she severed all ties with the Reverend Fib.
Yes.
The Fibber.
Well, with the church. Because she was told that a prophecy was made that she would become pregnant and have a child.
Oh, and it didn't happen.
Well, she had a hysterectomy. Well, no, it wasn't the wife. It was a friend of his wife.
Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Yes.
He misread the prophecy, let us say. Let us be kind to him. He misread the prophecy. Two big ones for you. What are the two longest corners in the world?
The two longest corners in the world? I have no idea.
Number one, the Jamaican economy. Number two, West Indies cricket. We have been turning those corners for many, many years, and we're still turning. Have yourself a nice day, Mr. P.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir.
Green man.
Eh?
Green man, St. Andrew.
Yes.
How are you, sir?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
Yes, sir. Me I watch period back, if anything go wrong, wrong to you, Watch him out here, sir. Yes, sir. Me I watch period back, if anything go wrong, wrong to you, You understand? Anyhow.
But I must say that I looked up the article that he was talking about.
But is that done?
Where I talked about white people and this, that, and the other, and so on.
I looking at the article. You say you're right, it's from 1993.
Sometime like that.
Right?
1980 something.
Yeah, 1983.
86.
And I look at it.
It's
and I don't
86, sorry.
You're right, no. White man and this and that.
Well, there's a reference to foreigners, but what the article is saying is that, and a reference to color, right? What the article is saying that Mr. Siaga was a victim. Yes, he's saying that it was a victim. The article is saying that Mr. Siaga was a victim of such prejudice.
Yeah.
And upon coming into office, he played into the hands of that prejudice, or the people expressing that prejudice, by exhibiting a preference for foreigners and,
all right.
Okay, that is what the article is saying. It isn't putting across. It isn't expressing prejudice.
Yeah. Am I lunatic, man?
Color prejudice. Yes.
Where my sister, lady give now go give it. So I wasting time.
Yes.
But Mr. P, me gonna ask you something. Trevor Manuel say my run against Dr. Bartlett, you see? And in the poll.
In what?
In the poll.
No, he didn't say he did a poll. I don't think. Well, I don't know. No. I don't know. I didn't hear this.
The cleaner. Say him and Bartlett the neck and neck. And he asked him if I hear him on the radio this morning, and I also call, when I call, because it is done. I hear him say, I want to ask him, if him come at Tavern, he come from Gantown Road, the finger back bush, finger Agarstone. I finger Hermitage. You don't go down those places. Nobody not see him. Or him to be mechanic at Bartlett and nobody not see him. Eh?
He has been...
That poor, you know, Mr. Perkins. You don't go in a war pastor. You don't go in a Mona.
Who? You mean who didn't go in there? You mean you're talking about Polster?
Trevor Manuel will say him mechanic to Bartlett.
Oh.
So when we call Mr. My boss now and ask him, he says a scan.
So hold on. What are you saying? That you have not seen Dr. Monroe hasn't been going around the constituency, meeting the people and talking with them and so on? Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. He not do it. Not do it. Mr. Bartlett go everybody else and make it then was him and the MP.
Then why is it that there were so many people apparently in the constituency who wanted to get rid of Dr. Bartlett?
No, Mr. P. And in our consequences. If you see a standpipe, you have some bad mind set of people down there, you know. You understand? Licky. You understand me, sir? When you do good, they say bad. And when you do good, when you stick out now, want to go and not no more. They start lick out on him. You understand?
Yeah.
In the 250 Pitney scholarship. You understand?
Yes.
We have taken GSAT and whole school. We then call scholarship for the another school. You understand? Those are the things in the, if you never work, me the company with every day and say, boy, you know, say, my boss now do nothing. And you'd agree with me, don't it?
Yeah, but my understanding is that it was people, Labour Party people who wanted to get rid of him.
Yes, but they can't get rid of him. We choose a leader where we want, don't you, Mr. Perkins?
I suppose so.
Eh?
But they are entitled to choose the leaders that they want to?
Yes, but we the people, we have vote. You understand?
I see.
Good.
All right.
And sorry, Sir Dr. Bartlett, he must stay there.
All right. Thank you very much. All the best.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is 11:15.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car. Definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. No upfront payments necessary.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tassie Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tassie orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tassie line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbour. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tassie Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Perkins?
Hello, yes?
How you doing, sir?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
I am fine.
Good.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes? Oh, you're the man who called me yesterday?
No, Mr. Perkins. No. Mr. Perkins?
It wasn't you who called me about this article?
No, sir.
You sure?
Yes, sure.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Perkins, I like Bruce Golding.
You like him?
I like him as the opposition.
As the opposition?
Right. I think him do a good job as an opposition leader.
I see.
But...
So you think that he should remain as the opposition leader?
Yes, sir.
Eh?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
It is good to have Mr. Bruce
a good opposition leader.
As opposition leader.
Uh-huh.
Even looking at him on TV,
yes.
He look like a perfect
opposition leader.
Opposition leader, sir. What you think about that?
Eh?
What you think about that, sir?
Well, I agree with you that he has been a good opposition leader.
And you think he should remain there as opposition?
I'm not saying that, sir. Good opposition leaders should not remain as opposition leaders unless you have better government leaders.
Well.
No, that is the question.
Another thing.
No, hold on. Do we have better government leaders?
Yes.
You think so?
Mrs. Portia Simpson Miller. I see her as a good leader.
Uh-huh.
And I can tell you...
Why do you think that she's a good leader?
Because she stick with her party.
She what?
She stick with her party over the years, and she don't switch like radio.
But hold on, sir. Hold on. She stuck with her party. Right?
Yes, sir. Leaders
hold on. Hold on.
To thick
hold on a little bit.
And thin.
Hold on a moment for me. Look at the record of her party over the last 18 years that it has been in government. And you can look over the years of 1972 to 1980, during much of which she was associated with the government. She was, what was it, a junior minister?
Yes, but she wasn't in a leadership position at the time.
No, sir, but hold on. You need to understand better than you do. Under the system of government that we have here, right? Which is supposed to be a copy of the Westminster system. Now, under the Westminster system, Have you ever heard the expression primus inter pares?
No, sir.
No. Well, that means first among equals. Right? And that is the description of the position of a prime minister under this system. The prime minister is first among equals. In fact, the word prime minister, primus, right? Primus, Latin for first, right? So he is merely the first minister, first servant of the people, right? No, the prime minister does not rule as a dictator, right? The prime minister leads, and the ministers, members of his cabinet, must agree, they must consent to where he's leading. You follow me?
Yes, sir.
So it isn't that the prime minister lays down the law and he dictates and all of them just meekly follow. If a minister does not approve of what the prime minister is doing and the direction in which he's leading and so on, then that minister has a moral obligation to the people and the parliament to resign, to come out and say, I am very sorry, I cannot go along with that. Right? Because that is not in the interest of the people. You understand? You agree with that?
You're straying from my point.
No, I'm not
Mr.
straying from your
Perkins.
point, sir.
Listen
Right?
to what I
No. If Mrs. Simpson Miller, right, cannot now say that over the last, she went along with what was happening over the last 18 years. She didn't approve of it. She didn't think it was in the interest of the people, right? But she stayed there all the same because she was hoping one day to be prime minister. That's not good enough. That would be immoral. Now, on the other hand, if she has been a member of that government for the last 18 years, then she must be tainted with what the government has produced over that 18 years. She shares the responsibility for the debt, for the condition of the roads, for the state of national security, right? For the high levels of cost of electricity, etc. All of that she shares the responsibility for the condition of the economy. She can't get away from it. She can't just wash her hands of that and say, all right, my time now, I'm going to do something different.
Mr. Perkins, will
Am I
you
right?
listen to me?
No. Have you got an answer for that?
You're straying from my point.
No. Have you got an answer for that?
Where was Mr. Bruce Golding over the 18 years?
Over which year? When there was Mr. Bruce Golding over what?
Where was Mr. Bruce Golding over the 18 years?
Which 18 years? The 18 years that the PNP was in power?
Yes, sir.
But what is the point of that? How are you going to blame Mr. Bruce Golding for what has been happening over the last 18 years? He wasn't in power. He wasn't a member of the government.
Why?
How you mean why? You
What
think
keep the PNP in power for 18 years?
what?
Who put them in power over the 18 years?
You and the other people?
Why?
I don't know why you put them in power over the last 18 years.
And why them never select Bruce?
I don't know. But they've selected what they want to select and they have the experience of them now.
And I want you to listen to me, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
I want you to listen. It is good to have Bruce Golding as an opposition. He's a perfect opposition leader. Mrs. Simpson Miller is a perfect leader.
A perfect leader.
Party
What is it that she has done? Hold on a little bit. Could I ask you a question?
Him have two mouth.
Could I ask you a question? What is it that Mrs. Simpson Miller has done that gives you the impression that she is a good leader?
A good leader is someone who stick to a family or a party through thick and thin and work with it. You don't run up and down and form a whole heap of different party.
But the idea of having a good leader is to accomplish certain ends.
Well,
the people of Jamaica,
around you, but
hold
you're
on.
blind to it.
In the time that Mrs. Simpson Miller has been the leader of the People's National Party and the Prime Minister of Jamaica, in that time, people have been suffering a lot. What has she done? What has she up to now done to relieve any of that suffering?
Are you suffering?
Am I suffering?
Yes.
Of course I am suffering.
Well, take a plane. You have 5 flights going to Miami. Take one of them and migrate.
Migrate? Why you want me to migrate from my
because
country?
You're having it hard.
This is my country.
Go on a foreign go work.
This is my country. It's not only PNP people who have a right to live in this country.
Yes, but it's hard, so why you not leave?
It is hard, but it is my country. I want to see it better.
Mr. Perkins,
yes,
I want
sir.
you to listen to me, boss. Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir.
If you think is lie, I'm telling.
If I'm not hearing you, sir.
We'll see the outcome. What you going to do if the PNP win again?
What do I do if what?
If the PNP win again, what you going to do?
I don't know, sir.
Well, you will have a job.
I will have a job?
And you will have things to talk about.
Yes, indeed.
And if them lose, you don't have nothing to talk about.
You're serious? Wait, hold on. If the PNP lose, I won't have nothing to talk about?
Not a thing, sir.
You mean I won't have no criticism to make?
No, sir.
Eh?
I think
the road them will be better. The borrowing government will be borrowing less. Is that what you're saying?
You see,
the crime will be lower. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
because it's all the whole things I have to talk about now. And all the corruption. Look, comrade, I have to go. It's time for the break. Okay? All the best to you.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is 11:31.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface trough northeast of the island. Today will be partly cloudy with scattered showers during the afternoon. In our 3-day outlook, Saturday look for scattered showers. On Sunday and Monday expect partly cloudy conditions and isolated showers in the afternoons. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I remember when I was a printer like you, a old foot used to tell me about Carib cement and how it's the only cement you must use. You know what? He was right.
True word, Mason. But now we have Carib Cement Plus, and that's at the lake.
What you know about Carib Cement Plus, my youth?
Well, first of all, it's fresh, and it's easy to work with, and you can count on the strength. And plus me more durability, more buildability, if you know what I mean.
Sure, printer, you know easy. You just a true word about Carib Cement Plus.
Carib Cement Plus, a commitment to more than just cement.
I have no friend, and I'm proud of that. As a family, who want to talk to them there? So this free home phone to home phone calling thing that cable and wireless have on a Sunday is not for me. I don't care that all you have to do is top up your prepaid home phone with $200 or more Monday to Friday to get free calling on a Sunday. I don't have anybody to call. Tell her what a free phone call to waste. No, you know what, my friend? Call me from my home phone.
Free Sunday.
Conditions apply.
Cable and wireless, listening to the people.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Morning, sir.
Roy's here. How are you doing?
Not too bad, thank you. Who is it?
Roy's from the Judah Coptic Church.
From where?
The Judah Coptic Church.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Will you speak up for me? I'm having difficulty hearing you.
A representative speaking.
Huh?
A representative of the Judah Coptic Church. You know, Abuna Bonga Blackheart?
The Junior Cottage?
Judah Coptic Church.
Look here. Would you speak directly into the phone?
Yes, the Judah Coptic Church.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Abuna Bonga Blackheart is the Abuna of?
Uh-huh.
Yes. I see where you're talking about sovereignty.
Uh-huh.
And there are a lot of issues around that.
Uh-huh.
Now, I need to ask you a question, please.
Yes.
Constitutional proclamation made within a funeral rites ceremony. What is that? What does that
A constitutional proclamation.
Made within a funeral rites ceremony.
Funeral rites?
Yes, ceremony.
I don't know what that is.
Well, it was done on the 25th of March, and it was giving respectful honoring and remembrance to our ancestors and the indigenous of the land. Now, a proclamation is made by a king or a queen, and this was made by Her Majesty's personal representative, the Governor General.
Uh-huh.
And a proclamation proclaims either war or peace, treason or sovereignty.
Uh-huh.
So...
I don't know what that is.
Huh?
I don't understand that. I don't know what
that's
it is.
What you can look up the word proclaim in the Oxford English Dictionary.
Uh-huh.
And that's what the definition of a proclamation is. So a constitutional proclamation now, declaring the peace and the sovereignty of the indigenous of Jamaica.
Declaring the sovereignty of the indigenous of Jamaica?
Yes, sir. The indigenous, the Rastafarians.
Oh, the Rastafarians are now sovereign?
Well, they are the only indigenous, authentic, benevolent culture here in Jamaica, Mr.
Oh, is that so?
And the only organization, the only entity that is registered with that credentials is the Haile Selassie Rastafari Royal Ethiopian Judah Coptic Church. So this constitutional proclamation, made by Her Majesty the Queen's personal representative on the 25th of March.
What was the proclamation?
The proclamation was made within a funeral rites ceremony for respectful honoring and remembrance of our ancestors and the indigenous. Yes. And
and what was the nature of the proclamation?
It was printed in the Gleaner, you know.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, it was printed in the Sunday Gleaner of the March 25th.
I see.
So, I have a letter here from Her Majesty the Queen. I was in conversation with her, the church.
You have a letter from Her Majesty the Queen?
Yes, to Mr. Abuna White. And, as a constitutional sovereign, and it's her personal representative, the Governor General, and her Jamaican ministers. So when you say Prime Minister, I haven't heard him make a statement that the Prime Minister is the first minister.
First servant of the people.
Representing the people. That is a farce because it's her Jamaican ministers. They represent Her Majesty the Queen. They don't represent the people.
I beg your pardon?
They do not represent the people.
They don't represent the people?
They are her Jamaican ministers. I have a letter right here in front of me.
I see.
From Her Majesty the Queen.
The Queen is saying that they are her servants?
Her Jamaican ministers. Yes. And that is, and she has given the Church of Rastafari notoriety. And she was very apologetic on the...
But look here, I noticed that that Sister P, in her that speech that she made in Parliament the other evening, that she is advocating reparations.
Okay.
You didn't hear that?
Well, you know, a lot of politicking is going on, you know, Mr. Perky.
Oh, you think that's what it is?
There is a lot of politicking going on in Jamaica. The partisan...
And when she
politics is what
when she made the statement in Parliament, Mr. What's his name? Mike Henry. He stood up and applauded, man.
Okay.
Yes.
But a lot of politicking is going on, you know, partisan politics. That's what we practice here.
But you weren't aware of this. I haven't seen it reported.
You know, and it's a bandwagon.
Specifically in the news.
Bandwagon politics?
Yes.
That is what is going on. And you see, the faith of Rastafari now is become internationally renowned all over the world.
Is that so?
Yes, as a faith unto itself. Likewise, Christianity is a faith unto itself.
Yes.
Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, and the same rights and privileges that are afforded unto those faiths should have been forthwith onto the faith of Rastafari from 1987.
I see.
And our zero rating status should have been put in place from them. And up until now, our zero rating station where our tax exemption and duty free, you know.
Oh, you want tax exemption for Rastafarians?
Well, every faith in the world, Christianity has it.
Tax exemption?
The Pope and the Queen Elizabeth. I say Christianity has those credentials.
Has tax exemption?
With the Pope and the Queen of England who head the hierarchy of the Christian faith. And the Islamists have it. The Buddhists have it, and the Hindu have it.
Is that so?
Yes, and the Church of Rastafari credentials within the zero rating status should have been forthcoming from the government from 1987.
So you don't want to pay any taxes?
Church? The church?
Oh, the church?
Yes, the church.
Oh, the Rastafarian church?
Yes, sir. So therefore, you know, I had a letter here from the Prime Minister as well. And, you know, funny enough, to tell you the truth, in her letter, she states in her letter where, you know, she has every confidence that the Governor General is going to do the appropriate action as soon as possible.
Will take the appropriate action.
Yes, and
what appropriate
that is after
action?
Her Majesty the Queen forwarded our letter to the Governor General, the one that we communicated to her. I have a whole bunch of communications and conversation with Her Majesty the Queen. And that was what initiated the constitutional proclamation within the funeral rights ceremony. And indeed, you know, the Church of Rastafari has acclaimed.
So what is your problem now?
Mr. Perkins, the problem is in the island here right now is the sovereignty, you know.
The sovereignty?
Yes, the people of Jamaican sovereignty has been ensured within this constitutional proclamation in a funeral rights ceremony for the indigenous of the land underneath the umbrella of the Judah Coptic Church.
I follow what you mean.
And that has...
those of us who are not indigenous, I don't know how you arrive at this. I mean, what does indigenous...
How do I arrive at what, Mr. Perkins?
What does indigenous mean? That we are born here or what?
Indigenous? You're authentic. You are authentic. This is your roots. This is your foundation. This is where you sprung from.
So
you're the original.
Which Jamaican does that not apply to?
Jamaican? Mr. Perkins, we're royal Ethiopians, you know.
You're royal Ethiopians?
Yes.
Oh, you're not Jamaicans?
We are of the Coptic order, you know.
Hold on. You're not Jamaican?
I'm a royal Ethiopian Jamaican.
A royal Ethiopian Jamaican?
Yes.
And you are authentic. And
with authentic things. Yes, and we are indigenous.
Yeah, and indigenous.
That is a foregone conclusion.
What about the rest of us who are not Rastafarians?
Mr. Perkins, where you make your bed, you have to lie in it, you know. So I can't... The door is open wide for everyone, you know.
Oh, I see.
So this is not anything...
So how do Rastafarians then, in this respect, differ from other Jamaicans?
They acknowledge and hold true to their authenticity from their rebirth within the faith of Rastafari as an royal Ethiopian.
Yes, but are other Jamaicans equally indigenous and have all the rights in Jamaica that Rastafarians have?
They have conformed to the rule of colonialism and accepted that reality. And as the Judah Coptic Church is a non-conformist, and whatever does not hold true to our indigenous, authentic, benevolent culture, which is foreign to our being, we don't acknowledge.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is 11:45.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family.
Of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Fine food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry he never have more.
Ricky don't let that stop you from do it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-888 866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here online. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins. How are you?
Not too bad, how are you?
I'm all right, you know.
Uh-huh.
I just cannot understand how you for these people so much time to be venomous.
Oh?
You know, I listened to this man tracing you off.
What?
I listened to this man. I think his name is Stonehead.
No, man.
Before yesterday.
No. Stonehead is a broad man.
No, man, he's Stonehead.
No, Stonehead. This is boy George, man. Stonehead gone abroad.
No, well,
Stonehead migrated. Him take one of the five. Stonehead took one of the 5 flights to Miami.
But it was him who was tracing you off. Like he's a man too. He's not a man. He's a man too. And he's a half of a man. How can one person be so venomous?
Uh-huh.
Can you imagine how he behaves at home?
Well, I don't know, but...
Look at this state that the country is in. And this little speaky-spooky one that's changing up in vice on you. You see? That he's not even a man to talk so that people can identify him.
But you don't think he's good entertainment?
No, I mean, he was the one who called you some weeks ago telling you about he's like that you're like the telegram. How can they be so rude and unkind?
That's all right.
And all the people...
I find that very funny.
I don't find these things, and I'm sure other people don't find these things funny. You give them all this time.
You must learn to laugh, man. You need something. You need to laugh, to find something to laugh at in Jamaica today.
Now, Mr. Perkins, Mr. Siaga's sister called you too the other day.
Uh-huh.
And you know, when this man just asked you how this government is in power for 18 years, I said to myself, imagine, is Mr. Siaga why these people in power so long, you know?
You think so?
Because it was Mr. Siaga. You see, when he leaves, he still he sides with Mr. Golding, like how PJ siding with Portia.
Uh-huh.
He is there conniving to pull out that Vern apartment. Is him doing all of those things, you know? He's a wicked...
Well, I think you're being very unfair to him.
Because, look, it's because he was in power behaving like a dictator. He was the leader of the opposition.
No, he wasn't a dictator, man.
He was the leader of the opposition. Behaving like a dictator. He was the leader of the opposition.
No, he wasn't a dictator, man.
He was the leader of the opposition.
No.
Like a dictator. And Mr. Perkins, that is the reason why the PMP they are in power until this minute.
Well, I suspect that the prejudices against Mr. Siaga, which you know, the party was able to use against him, the PNP,
I remember
successfully.
One election in one advertisement, they pulled the man's face, messing up his face, and said, "Can you trust this man?" And those are the people that his sister is jumping on to because they hate you.
Yes, I don't know.
Loyal you are to no matter how loyal one is to the PMP,
yes, but
or how one hate Bruce.
Yes.
This country is not where we want it to be.
Well,
something has to happen.
Okay, Mom.
Well, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, Mom.
I'm not finished yet. You know, some years ago when you were at Hot 102, I called you concerning my son, my youngest son, who was then at university.
Uh-huh.
With some youth service, remember? I don't know if you remember.
Uh-huh.
When my son was at UWI, there was this girl from Trinidad. He was doing a double major in Econ, like my son. But she came to dinner one weekend, and so she always called me now that she's back in Trinidad. And this morning she called. She said, Mommy, You want to tell me that Jamaican people are going to let this government spend 23 years in power and it's not Cuba? Nothing like that could happen in Trinidad. She said, Mommy, if Manning's good little more and if Pandey's good little more, we're not giving them more than 2 terms. Yes, thing they get too big for their britches. You understand me? She said, no, when you give them more than 2 terms, they get arrogant. She said, no, we are in this world except Jamaica. You have some, and it's not a communist country we are living in. You understand?
Well, I don't think that is true. I think there have been there are countries in which governments have lasted as long or longer than this.
In Africa?
Yes, there are some in Africa, clearly.
Another thing again, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
With all of this corruption going on, in Trinidad, Pandey was sent to prison. In Nigeria and in Kenya, and nobody is sent to prison. I'm not talking about Jack Smith because that was just peanut. I'm talking about millions of dollars that go down the drain. I mean, 400 million, 200 million,
yes.
Overrun here, overrun there. And nobody has gone to, I mean, what country are we living in? When people can be disguising their voice and tracing you off and not dealing with the issues. You understand? I'm being very rude. You are the #1 talk show host in Jamaica, and if you look at the journalists that write in the paper, always refer to you as the popular talk show host.
Oh, is that
and
so?
These 2 little hurry come up, man parlors calling you and disguising them voice and telling you about you're not going to live to see a JLP in power. If them is not God. Them is not God. You understand? We all going to die one day. And I'm not going to keep up your program long because I've been waiting for over an hour. So I want to give somebody else a chance to
All
talk.
right, Mom.
All right, then.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Perkins.
All the
Good
best to you. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning, sir.
I'm waiting on Mr. Perkins.
Eh?
I'm waiting on Mr. Perkins.
I'm Perkins.
Oh, Mr. Perkins, good
Yes.
morning.
Morning.
I would like to return to that case about the public service and the landlord.
Yes.
No, I'm talking from experience because I'm a landlord. And some time ago I rented...
Keep your voice up for me.
Yes, some time ago I rented the place to somebody. And
Went to which place?
a half of a house.
Oh, you rented a house?
That's right.
I see.
And I sent the person down to the public service to get a contract made. That was done, but the person had a bill that they accrued while being here, and they decided to leave without paying. It worked out that I could not be able to rent the place after that because public service told me that the bill would have to be settled.
Yes.
No, the thing is that I don't know why, if they made a contract with the tenant, why is it that after the tenant has left, why is it that I cannot now rent the place even after the person is gone?
And that is still the situation?
That's what they told me. So when someone said...
What did you do?
Well, I had to pay the bill, rent the place, and then sue the person after. And I got through. But the point is, I want to know for sure whether this is a public service policy or this is by law.
My understanding is that it is public service policy. And now, I don't know. I have heard of this.
Yes.
Right? I know of it happening.
But I was wondering if you couldn't call somebody at public service just to make sure, because a lot of...
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. We have had difficulty getting people to speak to us from the public service company. But
I mean, it affects a lot of people because...
Yes.
I know a lot of other people that the same thing has happened, and they wind up having to sometimes not rent the place.
Yes. Look here, one of the things that we could do is to talk to the OUR about it.
Yes, that would be nice.
That's
and we could get to the bottom of it, because I'm hearing
we try and get them
arrangements. I'm hearing conflicting arguments as to what is right and what is wrong.
Yes.
So I want to know exactly what is, what's the position.
But the idea that Well, I don't know. I mean, this case, I would like to hear some more about the case.
That's right. See, the point is, if the person made a contract with public service on their own, why is it that if the person now leaves and they owe public service, why does it have to affect now the landlord who needs to rent his place after that?
Well, what they're saying is that the landlord had the lights.
No, but it's a separate meter, you know. So the meter is in the tenant's name.
How you know?
Well, I must know because I'm telling you about my case.
Yes, but I don't know what.
It's 2 meters.
Yes, hold on. I don't know that what you did in your case is the same as happened with the landlord.
Yes.
The landlord might have had a contract with the public service company.
That's true.
To put lights in the house.
That's true.
And the tenant would reimburse her.
Right.
For the
Yes.
You know, that it could have been done that way.
In her case, I would understand that. But in my particular case, I had nothing to do with it because I didn't even see the light bill.
Yes.
Because the light bill is coming to them. And it's after they had left that the light bill kept coming.
I have heard of that happening, sir.
Right.
Yes.
And it affects a lot of people. So I wanted to get to the bottom of it.
Yes, I think it needs to be straightened out.
Please.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello? 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 What's happening? Everybody hung up? Okay. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good morning, sir.
How are you, Moti?
Not too bad, thank you. Not a lot of time.
Okay. Oh, gosh. You know, I called for second with that lady a while ago doing a Moti.
What?
About the thing about Santiago, you know. Yeah, man. Santiago helped damage the Jamaica Labour Party. He's one of the good things that happened to this country, and he's one of the bad, you know. Yeah, man.
Well, we're none of us perfect. We're none of us perfect, are we?
Well, that is true. That is true. But another thing I want to ask you, you see? You know what's the difference between Dodgick Henry and Trevor McMillan?
What is that?
One is good and one is bad. You know what it is?
Yes.
And the good one find himself out. The bad one get promoted. You know what it's that?
Who is that? Who is it? Which Henry is this?
The good one find himself out, which is Trevor McMillan. And the bad one get promoted. You know what it's that?
Who is it that gets promoted?
Dodgick Henry, man. Dodgick Henry.
Who is that? I don't know.
The policeman will get,
I see.
Yes, man. You know
I
what
see.
is that, man?
Well, we don't know yet that he's bad, you know. We want to hear the evidence first. And we must keep an open mind on the matter. Anyway, I have to go. I'm sorry. It's time for the news, eh? We'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is 12 o'clock.
Midday News is brought to you by Restaurant of Jamaica, KFC. We do chicken right every time.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon, I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Police investigators are theorizing that gang activity may have been the motive for the shooting of 5 persons, including 2 children, in the Maxfield Avenue community of Kingston last night. At least one of the 5 persons is said to be in serious condition. The incident reportedly occurred shortly before 8 o'clock at the intersection of Lincoln Road and Anthony Avenue after several men in a Toyota motorcar opened fire on the group of persons. Detective Sergeant Jubert Llewellyn of the Constabulary Communication Network says a team of police personnel is now in the community.
They are now trying to bring the community back to some semblance of tranquility. And they will be staying there for some time until they're absolutely sure that the area is back to normal. Superintendent Hewitt, he has been leading the charge. He has been there since last night, and he has been given support from Mobile Reserve and the Special Anti-Crime Task Force to ensure that there is not a recurrence of this later. They will be maintaining that presence for some time.
Detective Sergeant Jubert Llewellyn of the Constabulary Communication Network. Meanwhile, a police constable stationed at the Mobile Reserve was injured during a shootout with 3 gunmen on Ravina Road in Kingston last night. The gunmen reportedly attempted to rob the policeman of his private motor vehicle. The police say one of the gunmen was fatally shot and a firearm seized in the incident. According to police reports, about 9:50 last night, the constable was in his Toyota Corolla motorcar on Ravina Road when a dark-coloured car drove up with 3 men aboard. The police say the armed men alighted from the vehicle, ordered the policeman from his car, and then shot him. The policeman reportedly returned the fire and hit one of the men. The other 2 men escaped. A Rastafarian man was found dead in a pig pen in Carrawena near Petersfield in Westmoreland this morning. The police say the cause of death is still unclear. According to the police, the body of 62-year-old Cyril Bernard was found shortly after 7 o'clock this morning. It's reported that the caretaker for the pig farm went to tend the animals when he discovered the body of Mr. Bernard in the pen, where a pregnant sow was being held. It's reported that Mr. Bernard, who was dressed only in a pair of shorts, was lying face down. A pair of pants believed to be his was hanging on a nail in the pen. A Jamaican man faces the possibility of 25 years to life in prison for the death of his girlfriend in New York. 20-year-old Shane Tomlinson of Queens, New York, was charged yesterday in connection with the death of a teenager with whom he had a relationship. He appeared in the Queen's Criminal Court on a second-degree murder charge and on charges of criminal possession of a weapon and tampering with the physical evidence. The court was told that Mr. Tomlinson fatally shot his girlfriend, Kamika Miller, who was trying to end their relationship. She was reportedly killed at her Jackson Heights residence on April 15. It's reported that Mr. Tomlinson disposed of the gun in a garbage can after he shot his girlfriend in the face. He was arrested on Tuesday. Mr. Tomlinson has been remanded without bail and ordered to return to court on May 16. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. It's 4.5 minutes after 12. The Financial Services Commission, FSC, is advising that Cash Plus Limited is not licensed to conduct securities business. The FSC also says the securities offered to the public by Cash Plus have not been registered. However, it's not clear whether the FSC will be taking action against the company. The Commission says it will release a statement on the matter shortly. In a notice published in today's Gleaner newspaper, the FSC said the Securities Act requires all persons soliciting or conducting securities business or investment advice operations to be licensed by the Commission. It's therefore urging the public to exercise due diligence when considering investing in Cash Plus. Cash Plus Limited, the financial arm of the Cash Plus group of companies, was established in 2002. A just-released survey is indicating that the gross domestic product, GDP, for the manufacturing sector fell by 2.4% last year. According to the 2006 Economic and Social Survey, this is the second consecutive year that the sector is recording a decline. The survey produced by the Planning Institute of Jamaica reveals that the lower output levels resulted from a 7.1% reduction in the food, beverage and tobacco subsectors. As such, the manufacturing sector contributed minus 0.3 percentage points to overall economic growth and accounted for 12.7% of total GDP. This is a decline compared with the 13.7% and 13.3% figures recorded in 2004 and 2005, respectively. The survey is indicating that the performance of the food, beverage and tobacco subsectors was a consequence of lower production levels from manufacturing of rum, alcohol, carbonated beverages, flour and condensed milk. The National Solid Waste Management Authority, NSWMA, will next week begin ticketing persons in Portmore who improperly dispose of garbage or urinate in public places. The ticketing system, which began on May 1, has already been implemented in Kingston and Montego Bay St. James on a pilot basis. Acting Executive Director of the NSWMA, Christopher Powell, says the system will ultimately be implemented island-wide. Mr. Powell says since the ticketing program started on Tuesday, 30 persons have been ticketed for improperly disposing garbage in public places and 1 man arrested.
26 in the Kingston Metro area and 4 in Montego Bay. 1 person was arrested yesterday in Kingston, a conductor, for throwing box food out of the minibus. And when he was confronted, he became boisterous, so was arrested by the police.
Acting Executive Director of the NSWMA, Christopher Powell, speaking on Independence Talk this morning. Under the ticketing system, persons who leave garbage in public places can be given a ticket for $2,000, and persons who break a bottle without legal authority can be issued with a $5,000 ticket. Meanwhile, persons employing others to illegally erect flyers or signs that deface the environment may be fined $10,000, and those who litter other people's premises may be given a $5,000 ticket. The Spalding police in Clarendon are now looking for a group of men who reportedly assaulted several taxi operators yesterday. The men, armed with clubs, machetes and pickaxe sticks, tried to enforce vigilante justice against taxi operators who were not using the new transport centre in the town. As a result, the Spalding police had to call for assistance from other stations to quell a potential riot in the town. In December 2005, the transport centre was officially opened to ease the traffic congestion caused by taxis, which were usually parked along the roadways. However, many taxi operators refused to use the facility, claiming that there were no sanitary facilities and no lighting. On March 22, State Minister for Transport and Works, Richard Hassan, officially turned on the lights at the $20 million centre and advised taxi drivers to use the public sanitary convenience in Spalding. At that time, Mr. Hassan said no more parking would be allowed on the roads. In the region now, diplomats of the Caribbean Community CARICOM have intensified preparations for a June 20 summit, which will involve the United States President George W. Bush. The summit will be held in Washington. Chairman of the CARICOM Caucus of Ambassadors in Washington, Ellsworth John, says it's hoped that the decisions made at the conference will advance the development process in the Caribbean. Mr. John says trade, energy and disaster emergency issues are likely to dominate the 3-day summit, which gets underway on June 19. Earlier, Antigua and Barbuda said it wanted the issue of criminal deportees to be included on the agenda with CARICOM foreign ministers and U.S. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. But it's not certain how much priority will be given to the issue of deportation. The former director of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources in the U.S. Virgin Islands has been sentenced to 4 years in prison on fraud charges. 43-year-old Hollis Griffin was sentenced for conspiring to defraud the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands of approximately $1.4 million. In addition, he was ordered to pay more than $1 million in restitution. The former planning director is to be supervised for 3 years after his release from prison. In September, Mr. Griffin pleaded guilty to the fraud charges. 2 other persons, including a former employee of a fire service company, were also charged in connection with the same case. On the international scene, Ukraine's president and prime minister have agreed to hold early parliamentary elections in a bid to end weeks of political deadlock. While the date has not been announced, reports indicate that they have reached an agreement. The Prime Minister had previously denounced plans by the President to hold elections in June. The President sparked a crisis last month by dissolving Parliament and calling a snap poll. He originally said the vote would be held in May, but later moved the date back to June 24 after thousands of protesters from both sides took to the streets. Finally, Iran has strongly criticized U.S. policy in Iraq. It's also blaming the presence of the Americans for sectarian violence. Iran's foreign minister made the comments while speaking in Egypt on the second day of a summit of world and regional powers called to discuss Iraq's security. He said the U.S. should issue a clear troop withdrawal plan to return stability to Iraq. And those were the stories making Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Midday Sports is next.
Midday News was brought to you by Restaurant of Jamaica, KFC. We do chicken right every time.
At KFC, doing chicken right means we never take shortcuts when it comes to your meals. We stay true to our famous time-tested recipes and cooking methods using only the highest quality ingredients. Carefully selected, carefully prepared, and always served with a warm smile. Whatever it takes to make every customer happy, that's what we do. At KFC, we do chicken right every time.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. The regional team tour of England has suffered another setback after West Indies Players Association WIPA President Dinanath Ramnarine said he's not sure if the players are going to sign their tour contracts. WIPA is asking that the tour be treated outside of the International Cricket Council's Future Tours program, the FTP, which would require a separately negotiated salary structure for the players. Ramnarine said when the Memorandum of Understanding was signed last year, it was agreed that WIPA would have to give permission for tours outside the FTP. WIPA says the tour of England is outside the FTP and the WICB disagrees. The WICB is currently having a press conference to outline its final position on the latest contractual crisis. The players are scheduled to travel on Tuesday for the tour. Meanwhile, newly appointed manager of the West Indies team, Mike Findlay, believes that the problems in West Indies cricket are very serious. Findlay, a former West Indies wicketkeeper, says the current players need to play cricket with more heart and discipline. He says it's easy to see what players are capable of doing during their performances on and off the field. While Findlay conceded that the WICB does not have the kind of money compared with other nations, he believes that with more commitment, the team could ascend to higher levels in the game. Boxing now, Jamaica's former world light heavyweight boxing champion Glenn Johnson says preparation is going well for his title eliminator against American Montel Griffin later this month. The bout is set for May 16 at the Seminole Hard Rock Live Arena. The 38-year-old Johnson says he's getting into top shape. Johnson has a ring record of 44 wins, 29 knockouts against 11 losses and 2 draws. Griffiths has secured 48 wins, 30 knockouts against 6 defeats. Jamaica's senior netballers will have to survive a boot camp in an attempt to gain selection to the squad for the World's Netball Championships in New Zealand between November 10 and 17. Following strongly on the heels of the draw in Auckland, Marva Bernard, president of the Jamaica Netball Association, says the squad will undergo intense training starting this weekend.
The girls are going into a boot camp this weekend. It's a physical fitness, working hard towards improving that. They will be going on tour to Australia and New Zealand for the first 2 weeks in July. Then hopefully England comes in September to play a 3-match series, continue to train intensely until we leave in November.
Martha Bernard, president of the Jamaica Netball Association. Jamaica has been grouped with Fiji, Singapore, and the Crook Islands in Group C. Jamaica's national men's hockey team will attempt to qualify for the final of the Alba Games in Venezuela tonight. The Jamaicans will face Venezuela at 8 o'clock in the final sets of preliminary games. In the other games, Cuba will play Uruguay and Puerto Rico will face off with Guyana. Jamaica suffered its first defeat on Wednesday night, beaten 9-0 by Cuba. Finally, Jamaica under-17 footballers are faced with a tough task of defeating favourites, the USA, tonight at the National Stadium. The young reggae boys are trying to keep their hopes alive, and their hopes, that is, of a slim mathematical chance of qualifying for the FIFA World Cup in Korea Republic from August 18 to September 9. Jamaica will bow into action at 7 o'clock. Before that, Canada will take on Trinidad and Tobago at 5 in the penultimate round of the CONCACAF Group B qualifiers. The Reggae Boys and Trinidad and Tobago are pointless after 2 games. USA and Canada need only a draw to confirm their qualification. Costa Rica, who are idle tonight, have already advanced to the FIFA Youth World Cup. 3 teams from the group will progress to the FIFA World Cup. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Weather is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a surface trough northeast of the island. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect partly cloudy conditions with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. Tonight is expected to be mainly fair. For the weekend, tomorrow, expect mostly sunny conditions in the morning, and in the afternoon, look for cloudy conditions with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. And on Sunday, it should be mainly sunny also in the morning, with partly cloudy skies and isolated afternoon showers, mainly across western parishes. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, a reminder of the main stories. Police maintaining a presence in Maxfield Avenue communities in Kingston following last night's shooting, which left 5 people wounded. Just released survey indicates second straight year of decline for the manufacturing sector. Financial Services Commission says Cash Plus Limited is not licensed to conduct securities business. It's unclear whether the Commission will take any action against the company. Rastafarian man found dead in a pig pen in Carrawena near Petersfield in Westmoreland. And overseas, CARICOM diplomats intensify preparations for June 19 summit, which will involve U.S. President George W. Bush. And that's midday news, sports, and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
concerned about our children wasting precious time in school due to free periods caused by no-show of classroom teachers? The Teachers Bank is looking for able, experienced, and preferably retired teachers to stop this growing problem of free periods in our nation's schools. Send resumes to the Teachers Bank, P.O. Box 94, Kingston 6, or call 756-0636. That's 756-0636. The Teachers Bank, keeping education in focus. What a car, what a price. Now you can get a brand new 2007 Mitsubishi Lancer from Motor Sales at the unbelievable price of $1.65 million while stocks last, with CVT transmission, dual airbags, ABS brakes, and 1.6-liter engine, plus many other features. There'll never be a deal like this again. The 2007 Lancer at Motor Sales. Everybody loves the Lancer. Drive yours home today.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Funny story, well, not funny, but a very odd story in the news about this Rasta man who was found dead in the pig pen with his pants taken off and hanging on a nail. I wonder what that was about. I don't know. Anyway. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
How are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm not too bad either.
Good.
Well, my issue today is, from I was born, I'm 25 years old.
Uh-huh.
I've never experienced...
Eh?
Are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you now.
Yes. What I'm saying is that I have never experienced another government outside of the PNP government.
Uh-huh.
And...
Well, they've been in office for 18 years.
Yes, sir.
So they would have they got into office when you were, what, 6 or 7?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I'm saying is this. I've left school from 1996.
Yes.
And from then until this day, I've never worked.
From when?
From 1996. I've been to high school, colleges, and I've never worked from that day until today.
I beg your pardon?
I can't get no work. Everywhere you go, they tell you, no vacancy, ma'am. Try something else. You go on to something else, they turn you down. It is just discouraging, Mr. Perkins. And I have no other tree to run to rescue.
And this is from 1996?
Yes, sir. From 1996. And a matter of fact, I've never voted, but I've prepared myself this trip around to vote.
Oh, God.
From 1996, Mr. Perkins, I've never put my foot into a job.
And you've been trying that?
Mr. Perkins, every Jesus day, I write applications. Right now, I've had applications here full up one drawer. Applications on top of applications. I've walked around. I've been to Kingston. Sometimes the jobs I get, well, they're telling me that I have to have certain things. When I go and get the subjects required, they went back, they tell you that, well, ma'am, we have already got somebody, whatever the position is, you have to try again. Mr. Perkins, is very discouraging. Sometimes you have stress. You feel like you're just going to walk into something in the road.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Mr. Perkins, I've decided my mind, this trip around, myself and my friends, to do the necessary thing that is required. I'm going to vote.
Yes, I recommend that. But look here, your friends,
yes,
they are in the same position?
Yes, sir, they're in the same position. Right now I have a girlfriend at UWI.
You have what?
I have a girlfriend that is at UWI.
Uh-huh.
And she's telling me that if she have to leave UWI and to come and sit down like me, she'd rather take a visa and run off to America and don't come back. Because, Mr. Perkins, if you had known how many young people sitting down doing nothing, have no hope. No hope, Mr. Perkins. Young people sitting down, nothing to do. Every day you just get up, you just look in you're just looking, nothing. It's discouraging, Mr. Perkins. What are we to do? Where do we go? Who do we talk to?
Yes, it's very, very sad. I didn't think it likely that Jamaica would have come to this position.
Mr. Perkins, it is better for us to do what is required of us. And I've made up my mind this time around to do the necessary thing.
Yes.
I've heard Miss Portia said she loved the poor and how she's here for the women. But for me, I think that is just a political ploy to just work ourselves back into government. But Mr. Perkins, it's time for people to have them heads screwed on and know what government is all about. All they do is come with their political tactics, and they just think over and over again that Jamaican people are foolish. So every 5 years they just come around with a new tactics and say, okay, let me try this one. Let me try this one on them.
Oh Lord. But this is Mom, when you, in Jamaica today, you see, most of what you hear is about grief, You listen to the news. In the news just gone here, right?
Yes, sir.
There was one hell of a lot of killings of one kind or another. All night, last night, the news was about killings, right? And then there is this other aspect of it that you have been talking about. I can imagine large numbers of young people.
Yes, sir.
In that situation.
Yes,
hold on just a moment.
My mother say, he going pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patchy make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's poor patchy is
12:30.
Nasty, troublesome cough. Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Cough medicine with clout.
Now there's a remedy you can rely on for troublesome cough and blocked stuffy nose. Cavonia, mentholated cough mixture, nighttime formula, bronchial balsam and throat spray. Blocked stuffy nose? Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia! Made in England by Thornton and Ross and distributed by Medimpex Jamaica Limited.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. No upfront payments necessary.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back online. Tell me something. Hello?
Sir.
Have you not thought of going on to university, though?
Mr. Perkins, it needs funds. It takes a lot of money to go to university.
Yes.
And if you even have plans on going to university, the money's not there. It's just simply not there.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, I've sat down and watched my television. The last budget debate they had on television, I watched it.
Uh-huh.
And when I see what was taking place, it was just power. All about power.
Uh-huh.
It's all about who dominates. Mr. Perkins, in this country that we're living in, our politicians is too caught up with power and money.
Uh-huh.
Yes, Mr. Perkins, they're just caught up with their money and the power that they get from it, the perks that they get from it.
Uh-huh.
And when they are not coming out in the wider society of Jamaica to see how many young people is sitting down, young men, every morning they get up, they have ganja spliffs in their hand middle, digging out their hand middle.
Oh,
young girls have to be getting pregnant, have to be relying on boyfriends for money. Mr. Perkins, it is a vast amount of foolishness that has been taking place over a period of time in this country.
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir. And what I believe more than less is the young people who is going to make this change in this upcoming general election. So let them sit aside and think about the fifth term or how many terms they are thinking about. The young people is who is going to rise up against them. Because the young people is who is facing the stress. The young people are the ones who are going to surprise them in the upcoming general election, Mr. Perkins. So let them sit and ponder and think about the fifth term that is coming their way. They're going to be faced with a surprise. Because if you had walk around to the various electoral offices and see vast amount of young people trying to get their names on the voters list, Mr. Perkins.
Is that so?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir. I'm telling you.
And succeeding?
Yeah. Huh?
And succeeding?
Well, they want to vote.
Yes.
At least they want to.
But are they getting their names on the voters list?
Yes, sir. They are. They are.
Yes, well, I don't know, Mum. I hope that by whatever means things get better before too long.
We're sick and tired of this government. Too much of one thing is not good, Mr. Perkins. It's time for a change. And we are, as young people, has developed a force that we are going to use the upcoming general election. We are going to vote.
All right, Mom.
Okay, sir.
Nice hearing from you.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Uh-huh.
First time.
Uh-huh. Happy to have you, man.
Huh?
Happy to have you. Why you've taken so long?
I had to get on, man. Very, very hard to get on. You know, I've been willing, you know.
Eh?
I've been willing for quite a while.
Is that so? Well, I'm sorry about that.
Well, you know. I'd say you are my mentor.
Am I?
Yes, son.
Lord, some people would say that
from Radio Jamaica days.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, man. When I was going to school.
Oh, Radio Jamaica days? That's a long time ago.
When you were at Radio Jamaica.
Eh?
Huh?
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, man. They will tell us something else from my school, man. And I just listened to that young Miss story.
Uh-huh.
And my heart bleeding for her.
It's very sad, isn't it?
Yes, and let me tell you something. I hear you talk a story all the time about the guy that got to university and the one who driving the car with the pretty girl.
With the what?
With the pretty girl.
Oh, yes.
And let me tell you something. That is reality right now, you know. That is what is happening right now.
Uh-huh.
You can go to university all you want, because my brother went. And let me tell you something. You have a hard time to get a job. And the job that he has now, he is more qualified than me, and I am better off than him.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Mr. Perkins, quickly, I want to ask you, what happened to Stonehead?
He migrated, you know.
Under this good time?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard from him for quite some time, but he took one of the 5 flights to Miami, I believe.
Next thing. I hear you used this term a long time ago, and I've been checking the dictionary to find it, and I've not been successful. Shyster.
What?
Shyster.
I didn't hear it properly.
Huh?
What, say it again.
Shyster. The word shice.
Fight?
Shice.
Trice.
Yeah, you said, at the time, it was a long time ago, I heard you said, the bank was dealing in shice to operate. Remember that term?
Uh-huh. Shyster? Or
Who's a shyster? A person who's a shyster.
Spell it, how you spell it?
You were heard with it, you know.
Yes, I know, but how would you understand it to be spelled?
You were saying that, at the time, you were saying the Bank of Jamaica was dealing in shice to operate. When they saying that the Bank of Jamaica had people buying the US dollars on the road.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, from that long time. So from a very long time, I wanted to get onto the program to ask you.
I really don't have a clear idea of what it is that you're talking about.
All right, let me let that one.
Uh-huh.
The final one is, I sent you an email and I don't know if you read it.
Uh-huh.
It's a Daniel Buchanan,
uh-huh.
my favorite man to listen to when I want to laugh. Mr. Perkins, I hear Mr. Buchanan saying that all the terms, this term is the people's term and Sister P's term.
Sorry.
You hear me?
That what?
This term
uh-huh.
will be for the people.
Oh?
And yes, and
the 4 previous ones have been for whom?
And that is what I emailed and asked him. Because I want to make a decision on what to do.
Eh?
I want to make a decision on how to vote.
Yes.
But if they can't tell me the previous 4, who was it for?
Yes.
That will help me to make up my mind.
Yes, I mean, I don't know. I wonder.
There was a competition between him and Mr. Nichols, you know, and PP. As to who can give the most joke. But I think Danny Buchanan leading everybody.
Yes.
Down the stretch. Pip just come to this track.
Pip is good, yes.
Pip just come to this track.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Perkins, thanks.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Good afternoon to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Will you keep your voice up?
Yes.
So, and speak directly into the phone.
First time on your program.
Happy to have you.
Okay. I'm just calling to say that I grew up in a home where PNP is. And from the moment I reach voting age, I vote for JLP. I don't love a bone in PNP.
Why?
No, I don't love them.
Why?
I just don't love them.
When was the first time you voted?
The last election.
Oh, yes?
Yes. And I vote for JLP.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And this year you're going to vote for PNP?
For JLP, of course. And I told my grandmother that if she vote for PNP this year, she can't ask me for a sweetie.
Yes?
She cannot ask me for a sweetie.
You're not giving her?
No.
Because you think that she would have contributed to her own poverty?
She need to change.
Eh?
She need to change.
Oh, boy.
So, another thing.
You don't think the PNP has done a good job?
No, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh. And what about Sister P? You don't think that...
I am a lady calling you, and I don't even like CR.
You don't like Sister P?
No.
Why?
especially her hairstyle.
What about it?
She need to change it. She look like a doll.
That's a little rough on her.
Yeah, she look like a doll.
Yes?
A Barbie doll.
A Barbie, but attractive, you know, an attractive lady.
No, I don't see it.
You don't see it?
No.
Oh, Lord.
Maybe to her husband, but not to the nation.
I see. But you don't think that she would, in time, that she would do a good job? She says she loves the poor.
Because as she hear Mr. Golding talking about the poor and the whole, she jumped to something else. But that still can change. The people, them foolish, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, yeah? The people, them fool?
Them fool. So, them fool. I can't explain how them fool.
Oh? So the people, them will vote back the PNP into office?
Well, you see if them put in our back, all the men, them are going to serve for them who can maintain their children.
Oh, yes?
I want to serve for them. So, make them put her in.
Oh, well. You have a job?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I'm doing practical nursing, and I want to go back to school in September, but there is no funds yet. I'm saving towards it, though, to do the RN course.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, well.
And I have another thing, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
This home in Trelawney, Mushet's home for the age.
Yes.
Yes. This home need inspectors and some need to go in there and check it, because I used to work there for a long time.
Uh-huh.
And when I was working there are so much roach and rats down there.
This is a government home?
No.
Oh, well.
No.
Yes. Well, maybe they've done something about it by now.
Is a pastor man. I spoke to somebody that still is there, and she told me that it is same way.
Oh. Well, I hope that they will soon do something about it.
Okay.
All right, Mom. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Yes, hello?
Yes?
Yes, good afternoon, Sir Perkins.
Good afternoon to you, Mom.
Yes, sir. I'm glad that I really get you.
Uh-huh. Speak up a bit.
I'm glad that I really get you
Yes.
today. Okay, I have two things to put to you today. Did you hear the Prime Minister in Parliament announce about a conventional center at Trelawney?
Yes, I think so. What kind of center?
Some conventional center. She's going to put either Trelawney or Falmouth, but she's going to make it be the beautiful
Well,
site.
Falmouth is in Trelawney.
One of those places.
Yeah, convention center. A convention center.
Yes.
I think that this was to be in Montego Bay.
Hold on, I'm coming to that.
Uh-huh.
She said it about either Falmouth or Trelawney in her budget speech.
Either Falmouth or Trelawney?
Yeah, one of those places.
But Falmouth and Trelawney are one and the same. Well, not one and the same, but
All right,
Falmouth is in Trelawney.
Yes, that's it. She said she's going to put it there.
Uh-huh.
But, Mr. Perkins, can you remember 2002, about 3 weeks before the election, when Mr. Patterson summons all the business people in Montego Bay and the Chamber of Commerce?
Yes, I think I remember that. Hold on just a moment for me.
Employers, remember you have a responsibility to submit your annual returns for 2006. Ensure that you include the correct name, TRN and NIS number of each employee. Submit your NHT annual returns now. The time by the NHT is 12:45.
I have no friend, and I'm proud of that. As a family, who want to talk to them there? So this free home phone to home phone calling thing that cable and wireless have on a Sunday is not for me. I don't care that all you have to do is top up your prepaid home phone with $200 or more Monday to Friday to get free calling on a Sunday. I don't have anybody to call. Tell her what a free phone call to waste. No, you know what, my friend? Call me on my home phone.
Free Sunday.
Conditions apply.
Cable and wireless, listening to the people.
Home
Homeowners, building contractors, visit Epic Hardware for the lowest prices on steam shower houses, shower enclosures, lumber, electrical and plumbing fixtures, and so much more. Epic Hardware, 142 Muirhead Avenue, Denbigh, Maypen. Telephone 986-6170. Epic Hardware, for people who build.
Celebrating social style, unwrap a lot of happy smiles. Just think of the joy you bring with a Scotia gift that keeps on giving.
Ideal for celebrating life goals or marking special occasions, a Scotia gift certificate is the one gift your friends and family will appreciate for years to come.
Never forget the day you gave the best gift yet. A Scotia gift certificate.
That's just per call or visit any Scotiabank branch today for details on Scotia gift certificates. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Yes, and if someone, all the business people in Montego Bay, I remember it was on television. It was a big thing. And the Chamber of Commerce. And all the PMP Iraqi were there with him, included this Prime Minister. And where he was, he pointed towards Howard Cook Highway. I think there is some park or things was there. And he said the whole of that stretch going to be a convention center. I'm going to let it be the Pearl of Montego Bay. And wholly more nice things. He go further, said the plan already drawn out. But it will come on street about the next 8 months.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, when I hear this Prime Minister come now saying it about Falmouth, I said, no, she didn't come and tell the country that they don't bother with the one in Montego Bay or anything.
But my impression is that what she was talking about was a convention center in Montego Bay, not Falmouth.
No, but all right then, but I know it's Falmouth. But Mr. Perkins, even so, he said that the plan was already drawn out and it will come on stream. It would come on stream about 8 months' time, the least. What happened to it? Why take another election?
Well, you know, Mom, what you're describing is promising. It's promising, you know.
Yes, sir.
Because what it means is that we might soon have an oil refinery, or at any rate, a promise of an oil refinery in what's the name, down in St. Elizabeth. You remember that Mr. Patterson, way back in 1976.
You're very low, Mr. Perkins. Your voice is low.
Eh?
Your voice is getting low.
Yes, you remember that Mr. Luana. You remember that Mr. Patterson, way back in 1976,
yes, Mr. Perkins,
broke ground at Luana for an oil refinery?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Well, on the basis of what you're telling me, we may yet have that revived, eh? And we hear about oil. There's oil in Jamaica, but they haven't been able to locate it.
But then, Mr. Perkins, you know, the thing about it, you see, this government feels like Jamaican people forget. But somebody must remember, because I remembered, and if Montegonians remember, they can call you and confirm what I'm saying. It was a big thing on the TV. All right, I'm going back, same place in Montego Bay now, Mr. Perkins. 2 things I say I'm going to talk to you about. I'm from Montego Bay, Mr. Perkins. All right? This morning I heard on Emily Crook's program, the police were talking about people driving and they give the wrong boat driver's license and so. I'm going to say something to you now. That in Montego Bay, and other can call me to confirm it, in Montego Bay you cannot get a driver's license without you pay for it, Mr. Perkins. Let me go look for it. I said, about 2 years I want to talk to you now. But every time I think of doing such, I'll make somebody else call. Come, can't bother with the calling show on or something there. But because I'm talking about this and I get you on the line, I'm going to tell you this. Mr. Perkins, let me tell you something. I'm from Montego Bay, Flanker. The examination depot is right where my father's house is. Okay? But I'm living in Kingston. My cousin keep on saying to me that she's driving, she pay money and she can't drive. But she don't have her license. She said she come in Kingston to come get a week practice and get her. I said, what happened? She said, you have to pay for the license in Montego Bay. It doesn't make sense. You're not getting it. She been driving for more than 2.5 years, Mr. Perkins. So she stopped. I said, no. I went down.
She was driving without a license?
No. Practicing, learning.
Oh, yes.
And she can drive, but she cannot get a license, Mr. Perkins. Right? You have to buy it. I'm coming further. I went down there, Mr. Perkins, and she wanted to prove to me. We went to Flanker. I'm not going to call anybody's name.
Yes, all right.
All right? We went to Flanker. Same place where my father's house is, Mr. Perkins. She called a neighbor lady by name and said, when they examine her, I want a license. She not even said she come to get a license. She could say, tell plain, I come to buy a license.
You come to what?
To buy a license.
She said that?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. I was standing there with her. The lady calls. I see the man there, and he called the man that is the examiner by name. And said, see, you have a client here.
Hold on a little bit, Mom. I don't know how many examiners they have down there, you know.
Oh, well, it is true. It's more than one.
Eh?
Okay. All right, it's more than one.
This presents a bit of a problem for me. Right?
Okay.
We have to be very careful.
All right.
All right?
But anyway, I understand.
Okay.
But what I'm saying then, Mr. Perkins, is that I don't think it's so much bad in Kingston in here. The authority need to, this license business, they need to examine. I don't think it's so much bad in Kingston in here. The authority need to, this license business, they need to examine Montego Bay. Okay? I'll draw back whatever I say because I can't understand that. But, Mr. Perkins...
We have some serious problems in this country, Mom. Serious problems.
I can prove it with Montego Bay, Mr. Perkins. You understand me?
It's not just in Montego Bay.
Well, that is true. Because even people that can't read, their prices doubled. You know, Mr. Perkins? People that, anyway, I understand it. I
yes.
On
all right.
But I just let an authority, just that little int is enough. Mr. Perkins, have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mom. All the best to you. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Hi, good afternoon.
Wait, Mr. Perkins. I listen to you and everything. I have a problem here. I want you to listen me out with this, the experience I have. And I don't complain a lot. I take things easy, if it's not good in this and so on. But I don't complain a lot, Mr. Perkins. But I have to talk this thing today. You see the NHS? You know what them do to me? Mr. Perkins, I was in the program. I am into the program.
Yes.
And you know that you have to pull up this blue form and the doctor has to sign to prove that you have this. I have a little eye problem. So I get the form, everything done, and was on the program, get my card and everything, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
You listening to me?
Yes, I am.
Not telling any lies. I just stating it out to you. When my card was expired, I was looking for one to come to me because I heard that they send one to you because in the office they know that it expired, Mr. Perkins. I waited weeks and weeks. I don't see nothing happen. I called into the office in Kingston and I said to them, what happened to my card? It expired. I cannot get my eye drops from the pharmacy because it's expired.
Yes.
They say to me, what you have to do is to pull up another blue form. So I say to them, I must go and pull up another blue from top to bottom and make doctor sign it again because we're supposed to have that record in there. Don't it, Mr. Perkins? But they're supposed to have that record in there because I'm on the program?
Yes.
Well, I don't bother quarrel with them. They say, well, I don't have to pull up the old form now that the doctor has to go sign down the bottom. I just pull up the top. But that didn't look right to me, too, because if you don't want the old form now, they must have that form with me information and just send the card.
I should have thought so, yes.
You, Mr. Perkins?
Yes,
Because I'm thinking that I have to go full up the old form coming down and get it signed and all sorts of things. They say no, it's only the top part to put certain information. So how they go and get that other information with the doctor and everything? They should have my card there in some file or so, don't it?
Yes.
Good, Mr. Perkins. Then give me a run around, you see. And I just laugh at it because when I said to them, all right, I did it. I got the form and I pulled up the part at the top and I registered to Mr. Perkins. I didn't even send it with ordinary mail. I paid the $100 to register it to them. I give them time that them can get it in and look at it and they should call me, but I call them because I have dry peas, so I need the fire. You understand? So I call them. I give them about 2 weeks after I register. See, if you're the 1st of March, I register that other form that they have to send in the form and put it up at the top with my necessary, and with my card number, what I have already, and all sorts of things. So, Mr. Pearl, they don't have anything registered in the office that you have to, they don't have any recording in there, Mr. Perkins. So when I
should have expected that they would have had files with all these things preserved,
because I did work in places like that. I used to work at the VM and so, and I know that you have file put up unless you file me things wrong. So I didn't quarrel with them, because I said maybe they lost my form, maybe so and so, so I know what all the country is, some of these places. So I filled up the form, registered from the 1st of March, Mr. Perkins. I gave them about 3 weeks to say they must get me registered thing, and I called and asked them if they receive it. They didn't even tell me whether they receive it or not. 1st of March, this year.
Yes.
They didn't even say they receive it or not. All they said to me that my card is expired, so it's all right if I take it to the pharmacy that deal with it, because they inform the pharmacy about the expiry date on it, and it's all right. I said to them, because I know how them will give you but one information in this country, a lot of places. I said to them, Mr. Pearl, you inform the pharmacies them that deal with it, that we can know when we go there with the expiry card, that we get the business done. Yes. Mr. Perkins, I waited and I took it there. Took it out 2 or 2 weeks after, when I know they might inform these, and I go to 1 and 2 of these farmers. Nobody taking it from me because they don't get any information according to what they're saying, Mr. Perkins. When I went to the pharmacy on Thursday, and I said to the pharmacy that I deal with, and it's a pharmacy place too,
Yes.
A place that deal with all these things. Because, it's not all the pharmacy deal with certain things. But I know I checked 2 pharmacies and my pharmacy. They're not dealing with the expiry card, probably they don't get nothing. When my pharmacy called, she said she's going to call and find out. The card is there, Mr. Perkins. And they have it in the office, not sending it to me. So when I came back, the first thing I came back in my house, I called them. I said, but how you have my card there and you're telling me all sorts of things about expiry date with these pharmacy and you didn't inform them and things, and making me have so much trouble, I'm having so much trouble out there, Mr. Perkins. You see, Mr. Perkins? So they still says Thursday now they're telling me that they're going to send the card. They have it in the office and they're going to send it to me. So I'm just waiting to see how long they're going to post a little card to me. Mr. Perkins, you follow my story?
Yes.
Good. You follow my story? Because if I on the program already, and if they did forget to send me card, to exchange my card and send it to me now, you understand? Send me new card. All they had to say when I call her, that they're sending me new card. I didn't have to fill up no more form. I didn't have to have that run around. Not true, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, quite true.
No, Mr. Perkins.
But I see that the Prime Minister has said that she's setting up a new group in Jamaica House.
What they just said is just what they say, what to say. What is doing things, Mr. Perkins? It's not what you're going and saying, Mr. Perkins. It's action they want.
Yes.
Action. Because look how they turn me and twist me around. So I don't know if they post it yet. 3 months ago, I dealing with it, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
To the register slip that I have the March on it, the 1st of March on it, and I even make sure I write it out plain on my register slip, because when you get these little register slip at the post office, it's not clearly with the date. It's so pale, no ink not on it. So when I do any register, I make sure I put my pen and mark it when I register the same date. 1st of March, Mr. Nearly gone into the 3rd month. So they don't care about people. Like when I'm even dead. Mr. Perkins, I look into these things, and this is a serious thing with people's job. And you're calling them and showing them, and you don't leave it up. And yet still, you have that trouble, Mr. Perkins.
So you don't yet... How long ago was this?
When they ask me...
how long ago was it?
When they ask me now to pull up this form, I have to
pull
up that part of the form.
How long ago was it?
From March, nearly going in the 3rd month, that I sent in this
Yes,
form.
I'm asking you.
That other form. And
All
she
right.
asked me for certain things and the old card and everything.
I see.
And then, up to now, Mr. Perkins, is in April, and she then still have my card into the office. And she get that register slip with what she tell me I'm to do, and I did it. And March, I registered it in March. And 2 weeks after, I said, Miss, then get it. You get me register form that I register. Look for it. And is what that running around up to now, I don't get it.
Yes.
And yesterday when I called, them still have it in the office up to yesterday. I can't understand in these places when they turn and say they don't care about what wants to happen to you. They have a job. So they don't care what will happen to you when they're in this job and care about. And I did that. If they did lose me, if they did misfile me, perhaps. But I did have a card, so they should have it registered that I have a card too already. Don't it? Mr. Perkins, I don't know. I ask them the question all the time because the left hand there don't know the right hand. And they give you wrong information. The person come up and you ask them anything, they give you wrong information. And if they don't know the right information, they don't go to a senior person or the manager and say to you, sir, all right, give me the right information to give this client or customer or whatever. Mr. Perkins.
Okay, Mom.
Yes.
Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Retailers, Advanced Business Solutions is the solution to all your business needs, including point of sales, store fixtures, and display products. Call 906-9965. The time by Advanced Business Solutions is 1:01.
This Labor Day, paint with Berger. Paint with love. Beautify and add color to concrete walls with Berger 303, Everglow, or Magic Coat. And for grills and doors, use Berger 404. Painting roadways and pedestrian crossings? Then use Berger Road Marking Paint. Available in white, yellow, and blue for parking spots for the disabled. Remember, surface preparation is key. Get rid of fungus and algae with Berger Biocidal Solution. Treat flaking, peeling, and chalking services with Berger Alkali Sealer. Need advice on your paint project? Call Berger at 1-888-4-BERGER or 322-1105 on Labor Day itself for free technical advice.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Incidentally, I gather that the word that gentleman was trying to get across to me was the word shyster. S-H-Y-S-T-E-R, I believe. A shyster is a person who is untrustworthy, who a kind of a Nancy crook, you know, who is always looking to rip off something and doing it in by way of trickery, you know. Person not to be trusted. Okay, hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
Boy, I've been waiting over half an hour to talk
Oh,
to
I'm
you,
awfully sorry.
but I decided I wasn't going to answer today, Mr. Perkins, unfortunately, I have not been up to speed with Jamaican politics until recently, when I realized that I need to be a part of the process as it affects me directly and indirectly, whether you like it or not.
Yes.
In the 70s, I think it was advice was given to Jamaican people that there were a certain amount of flights per day.
5 flights to man.
Okay. Sir Perkins, if PNP win the next election, sir, if the People's National Party win the next election, I shall be taking that advice.
You've got your visa?
Yes, sir, fortunately. Hopefully they won't be able to track and cancel it. But, you see, Mr. Perkins, this shyster is the word it does use.
Yes.
That adequately describes these 18 years of governance by these people.
You think so?
Yes, sir. I certainly think so. Right? I really wonder to myself. All right. So I know that they are aware too, They know that the Jamaican people want a change. They know. Hence the installation of Sister P. It is a change. Yes, it's the same boss. Yeah, it's the same boss. It was said, right? But understand, is a woman now is a change in rabbit ears. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I think they're insulting our intelligence. You understand, sir?
Why do you say that?
You mean, Mr. Perkins, then look around. So, hello?
Yes.
All right. I hear the Prime Minister celebrating, her accomplishment in rabbit ears, right? And I'm looking around, man, I'm thinking to myself, what accomplishment is she talking about? Is it the roads they're talking about? Isn't that standard for a developing country? How do you celebrate that as a government? Road? Mr. Perkins? All right. Until now, we have not heard any substantive response to the Trafigura situation. Our Prime Minister stood up in the House and said that the Jamaican people are satisfied that this money has been returned. The last time I checked, I'm a Jamaican, and I'm very disgruntled of their handling of this situation. You understand, Mr. Perkins? So they really need to look in and look around. That is my concern.
What you're saying is that you haven't got the answers.
No.
You're not convinced.
I am not
by the answers that we've had.
And when they said it went to the emissary, I'm thinking to myself, the least you can do then is show me the ticket where the emissary used.
Yes.
If you can't show me a thing signed, say you receive, and this and that, show me the ticket then.
And there must have been, there must have been documents, right? By means of which the transfer was effected.
There. Yes, sir.
If it was effected. I mean, if it came from here, if the PNP had $31 million sending back, then it should be easy to demonstrate that. But one of the possibilities is that, the money was paid by some other firm. Or if it was paid at all.
Right. So basically then, this Trafigura mention, because that's all it is, mention, is just the tip of the iceberg.
Well, that is a possibility.
A significant iceberg too, if you ask me.
Yes, it is a possibility.
I'm really worried, Mr. Perkins, and I'm really not, I am not satisfied with my emoluments, but I am far better, I'm sure, than a whole heap of Jamaicans. And, a lot of times when I talk, my colleagues tend to get annoyed and upset, because they say that I'm ungrateful, etc., etc. But you see, Mr. P, it's not really myself I talking about, I talking on my little brother and my little sister and my little cousins. You understand me? And my children. Those are the people that I talking for. You understand? Because it's them going to come up in this system. It's them going to inherit this debt. You understand, Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
That is the extent, sir, of my concern.
I heard you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, all the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, afternoon, Mr. Perkins. How are you doing? I'd say I was asking you, how you doing?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you.
Oh, that's good. Listen, I wanted to speak to you from the other day about an interview I heard on Mr. Thwaites.
On what?
On Mr. Thwaites' program.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Thwaites and Mr. Iman, they are what? They seem to be the defenders of Mr. Davis's policies.
Of Mr. whose?
Davis's policies.
Davis's.
Mr. Davis.
Oh, Dr. Davis's.
It seems like anybody who writes anything against or suggesting making any other suggestions, they bring them on the program and try to tear their ideas apart. No. Keith, what's his name? Keith Callister and Mark Myers from the JCC. They had written some proposal that the JCC had in mind. They looked at some models of countries that have transformed their economies, like Northern Ireland, and what they did, and they got ideas from those people over there, and they had written and put some proposal forward, which I thought were very good. They were saying that to take or reduce the taxes on corporate taxes on industries that there are no entries in, to encourage entries in, because it's better you have a small tax and a few people coming in than you have no tax at all. And they were speaking about some and of course Mr. Iman and Mr. Thwaites, they were trying to discredit their conversation, their arguments, but I was glad Mr. Callister and Mr. Myers, they stuck to their guns, and they came prepared. They told them where these things worked. You know, they had the facts.
Yes.
And they could not move them. And if you listen to them every morning, anybody that writes anything in the papers about anything that is not saying what Mr. Davis is saying, his policy is saying, they try to tear them to shreds.
They try to what?
To tear them to shreds, to discredit them. Of course, you don't hear their argument. This morning they had another gentleman on the program, and trying to browbeat him about some other things that he wrote. No, Mr. Iman's argument is that the Minister of Finance has gone ahead and lowered interest rates, and thus it is now up to the entrepreneurs of Jamaica to move the economy forward.
It is?
That's what his argument is.
Well, sir, I tell you something. People are entitled to their opinions, there's nothing wrong with people expressing contrary opinions. I mean, if you have an opinion, I have an opinion, we can argue about it, and perhaps we each will come to some better position than we had occupied before.
Okay, I don't disagree with that. But let me ask you a question, Mr. Perkins. Have you ever heard an opinion put forward to this government, whether it is some report done on justice, or how to things to do to better the economy, or it is on health, that some report or some committee or some they always been sending people to do studies.
Yes.
Have you ever heard anybody come with any report, I think, and this government implements it? And if it has ever happened...
Hold on just a moment for me. Hold on.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
1:15.
We know your Subaru like no one else does. Experienced technicians, genuine parts, state-of-the-art diagnostic equipment. At KIG, we are the Subaru experts. Our mechanics are factory trained and have direct online links to the manufacturer. Plus, we have the widest inventory of genuine Subaru parts. So, if you drive a Subaru, Take it to the Subaru experts. KIG. We keep you driving.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Oh, yes, Mr. Perkins, I just want to just a couple more things. I'm not going to be long. Could you ask Mr. Myers, could you get in touch with those two gentlemen and probably have them come on your program one day and just repeat their, the things that they had suggested and so we can get to hear some other person's ideas as to how to move the economy forward apart from Mr. Davis and Mr. Iman. Because I want to mention about that thing that Mr. Iman said about the government lowering interest rate. And that is not about the government lowering interest rate. I know it is up to the entrepreneurs to move the country forward through R&D, research and development, and new products and innovation. Interest rate is not the only barrier to progress. And he knows that. The bureaucracy and the red tape at the ports, when a man is going to invent something, he raw material, and the bureaucracy at the ports and the high tax and duties, you think anybody will want to do anything here in Jamaica, Mr. Perkins?
But not only that, sir. People who want to invest would prefer to invest in a country where there is a rule of law.
Where there's a rule of law, there's none in Jamaica.
We talk about the rule of law in Jamaica, but we don't have the rule of law in Jamaica. No, we don't. Right? Because what the rule of law is about is not just you and I obeying the law. Right? It is because that happens in countries, it happens in Hitler's Germany.
Yes.
The equivalent of you and of me in Hitler's Germany. We're obliged to obey the law.
Right.
Right? What the rule of law is about is government itself being bound by law. Right?
Yes.
And when the former Prime Minister tells you that the law is not a shackle, what he means is that the law don't matter. I mean, him can do anything he wants.
Yes.
Right?
The law doesn't constrain him.
Precisely.
Okay. No.
Right? People want to know what are the rules. People who are going to put, if you had $40 million to invest in a place, you would want to know what the rules of the game are. And you would like to know that those rules are going to remain constant and they're not going to be changed overnight.
Yes.
Right? As for example, when Omar Davis decided...
I know you were going to mention that again. I know you're going to mention that again. You really do a good job of keeping these things at the forefront.
Yes. Decided that the banks were making plenty money, man.
And he just decided
so he
to put
imposed
the
a 23%, 23.5% cess.
Okay, Mr. Perkins, let me just finish making the point about what Mr. Ralston Iman had said and what Mr. Callister said back to him.
Yes.
Mr. Callister said to him that, but Ralston entrepreneurs in Jamaica are now taking their money and investing it overseas.
Yes.
And Mr. Tway said to him that, so he said to Mr. Tway that, Mr. Tway said, you don't know that everybody now in Jamaica who has money have an offshore account. And Mr. Tway said, no, I didn't know that. No, I am showing you the nature of these people. Everybody who has any money, they either have it in paper, it's offshore, it's in some investment scheme that is giving them more than, that's giving them over 10% per month, or 10% per. Nobody is interested in investing or entrepreneurship in Jamaica because Jamaica is not conducive for business. It is not. Whoever in it and has made their money, good, I am sure that they have taken preventative measures so when things crash and collapse, they don't lose everything. And whoever else is coming in, what business can they come in that they can grow and contribute in? Manufacturing? Agriculture? What?
Yes, there are all sorts of impediments that make it.
There are too many impediments that this government has created. They have created a bureaucracy that thrives on bandulism and under the table things because things are too expensive to go through the legal channel. They make barriers so that you are forced to indulge in corrupt practices. And there have been suggestions. Drop this, drop that, drop the rate on that. And see if you can get people to comply. No, they don't buy those arguments. And that is what is wrong with this government. They think that they are a government unto themselves.
Well, I tell you something, you know, sir. I think that it is more than that. I don't think that this government sees matters in those terms. I don't think what Dr. Davis is about, and he's the chief financial, economic minister, right?
Yes.
What Dr. Davis is about is borrowing money, right?
Yes. Okay.
Not about getting the country to the point.
I'm glad you made that point.
Of producing wealth.
No, they are not into producing right now. What they are saying is that they are setting the foundation for this production to begin through entrepreneurship.
They have been saying that, sir, for a very long time.
I know.
Right?
No.
They have no orientation towards that. Right?
Because Mr. Callister pointed out, Mr. Iman, their argument is that if you look at the debt ratio of the GDP ratio of the developed countries, they use England and the USA, and they were saying that it was 2 to 3% and it's acceptable.
Yes.
Two things. Those countries are developed countries.
Yes.
And the second thing is that they are running deficit for specific, and this was what Mr. Callister and Mr. Myers pointed out to them. Those countries run a deficit for a particular purpose in order to invest in something productive.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, the money that they would have put into balance the budget, and they have directed into something specific.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, it is going to produce more than the interest that they would have accrued and not balancing their debt. They don't just run a debt indefinitely.
No.
Because Mr. Ralston Ayman and Mr. Trace is trying to defend the policies of Omar Davis. And they can do this by coming on the radio and quoting from some textbook people whose situation do apply to Jamaica and bamboozle with fancy words. But anybody out there who have any sense or anything about economics will know that what they are saying, it can't hold water. You can't just borrow money, so it can't work.
No.
And to say that 3% is acceptable, and we are at, I think we are at 4%. We're running a deficit of 4%.
Anyone who borrows money, sir, without that, when you're borrowing it, figuring out how you're going to repay it, right? Is an irresponsible person.
It's an irresponsible person. You can't have a house running a house and just borrowing money. So you borrow money to buy a car, you borrow money to buy furniture from court,
well, it's fine
and then your pay can't cover it.
Well,
and you restructure the loan.
Yes.
and in the same breath, you're restructuring the loan. You don't look at a second job or a better job.
And but at the same time that you're restructuring the loan, you're looking to borrow some more to buy some more.
To buy some
frivolities.
More. To embark on more capital expenditure, like more roads. When there are more important things more highways, when there are more important things in the country. What is this big announcement about this more 2000 thing, this NROC thing, this overrun baby that is being born again? It's another overrun baby that, no? Yes. Another cost baby to the country. When this other leg of highway 2000 done, you were heard when the figures come out. Mr. Perkins, I tell you, man, we are in a situation with these people. We are in a desperate situation. And I really hope that the people of Jamaica really wake up and, and we just...
Well, you're talking about highways, right? That road from Spanish Town through Old Harbour to Sandy Bay, right?
Yeah.
There was one problem with it. The stretch through Old Harbour, which was very often congested, right? So they went and they built, borrowed money and built a bypass road leading from Bushy Park to Sandy Bay, right? And then bypassing Old Harbour.
Yeah.
And at that point, to get from Kingston to Sandy Bay was no great problem. You drive along the Mandela Road, the Spanish Town Bypass Road. Well, there was a bit of a problem there because that road was badly designed, right? And they had a number of spots at which there were roads crossing over that road, and they had to stop traffic on the bypass road, right? Now, they could easily have put those roads under the bypass road.
Because I have to run. I just wanted you to,
right?
I just want you to throw out one thing. The person on the opposition party who is in, Mr. Mullins needs to look in this gas increase thing, because they're saying that the gas has increased not because of the Gulf, whatever Gulf price thing, but because the demand has increased in Jamaica. That don't make no sense to me. It don't make no sense to me. That massive jump of $1.50 or $1 how much cannot be because
oil prices haven't gone up.
No, they are saying that it has increased because there's a great demand in Jamaica for oil. That can't hold no water.
So maybe Dr. Davis is using that to finance the budget, the Sister P's commitments. Anyway, thank you very much. All the best to you.
Get the security that comes from the COK Partner Plan. Your money is completely safe and you don't have to pay the banker. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is 1:31.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry he never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is
Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here. Hello?
I'm Mr. Perkins.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. I listened to the program. I have to call you again today. I just want to, I know that one thing I love about you on your program is that you can take disagreement. I think that, a lot of times when people call in and disagree with you, you don't get upset like some of the radio program.
Oh, do they get upset?
Say it again, please?
Do they get upset?
Oh, yeah. On one particular program, I won't call her name, but if you disagree with her, she's saying she'll get very upset, and you don't get upset that much.
Is that so?
Yeah. And, one quick point before I get into what I'm getting to. That lady I called before, the university graduate are looking for a job. I guess since she's looking for jobs so long and she hasn't found anything, she doesn't count on unemployment. And the next point also...
She doesn't what?
She doesn't count.
Oh, yes, that's quite true. She would not be in the labor force.
Yeah, after a while, if you're looking for too long, you don't count anymore.
You're not in the labor force.
Yes, and secondly, if the Jamaican unemployment is, as according to the Prime Minister, is 7%.
No, it's, I think 8.5.
8.5, whatever, 8.5%. I don't think there's a need for any Jamaican to come here because the employment among black people in America is about 8%. So I don't, if unemployment here among black minorities is 8%.
But that figure, that thing in Jamaica, that 8.5% is not. It's not
real.
No, it's not realistic. What has happened is that the economy has been stagnant for so long that so many people have been put out of the labor force.
Right,
in the statistics, right?
Right.
And therefore, of course, the rate will keep coming down.
Right, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
But what you want to find out is how many people there are of working age who are not in school or university or something of the kind, and who are not working.
Exactly.
Right? And you also want to look at the figure for underemployment.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. They call it the real unemployment rate. In other words, this is a real thing we're looking at here.
Or, to put it another way, the real extent to which your labor force is underutilized.
Exactly. One other quick thing also, the rate we're borrowing, one day, we're going to forgive all those debt. But the problem, however, though, a lot of Jamaicans don't understand this. When Mr. Davis come to the U.S. or go to Europe and go to international market, he's not borrowing from the U.S. or from Europe. He's borrowing from investors.
Yes.
So, the U.S. can't, they don't have forgiveness there, it's borrowing from investors. Now, I want to get into this with you before time run out, of course. It seems to me, Mr. Perkins, that you kind of have this liberal feeling that crime, don't get me wrong, I think we agree with this. Crime is a very correlation with poverty, don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But I also think that there also the next huge side to crime and violence in Jamaica. I think
I didn't hear that.
There is the next huge side to crime and violence in Jamaica.
Yes.
In other words, I think what happened over the years in Jamaica, the government in Jamaica let it run unchecked for all these years.
Yes.
Now it gets to the point where it gets out of hand, and when something is going on as a government, you just cannot let it get out of hand, and you cannot let it get to the point where it becomes a flood. In other words, if you have a leak, try to fix the leak before it becomes a flood. Now I think that, as according to the World Bank report, I didn't read everything, but I skimmed through it. I don't know, we can argue which comes first, the chicken or the eggs. The chicken or the egg, which one comes first? We can argue that all day.
Yes.
But we know for sure that crime has a lot to do with our country develop.
Yes.
It's a very, very vital part. I'll give you an example. I'll give you this example. If today the crime rate in Jamaica cut by, say, 2/3, you can't get rid of crime altogether. It's almost impossible. 2/3. I bet you'd have probably about 10 more thousand Jamaican like myself that is decided to, when the retirement age comes, they come out to Jamaica and live. Do you know how much money that will actually bring into Jamaica?
Yes.
The average U.S. citizen gets about probably somewhere about $1,000 to $1,500 per month. Okay? So if you do the math, 10,000, that's about $600 million per year. Do you understand how crime can stall for economical, in other words, investors, people come to the country?
Yes.
It's a killer.
But sir, crime is a symptom. Right?
Say it again, crime is what?
Crime is a symptom.
It is a symptom. It is a symptom, right.
There are other things that are causing the crime.
Of course, I agree with you. I agree with you.
And you're not going to get rid of crime or reduce crime significantly merely by sending the police out there to look for guns.
Of course not. Of course not. Of course not.
That is not going to work.
Of course not.
And there are all sorts of deep-rooted cultural factors.
That's true.
That have contributed to the level of crime that we have in Jamaica.
That's true.
When, for example, a prime minister tells us that the law is not a shackle, right? What is he doing if not encouraging lawlessness?
Exactly.
Right?
Of course.
When we have a political system in which political parties pursue power by illicit means, right? They have gunmen and gangmen and whatever, helping to secure power for themselves, right?
That's true.
And we talk about guns in Jamaica. Where did the guns first come from? In that sort of.
We were having a conversation yesterday. A lot of people understand this.
Right?
A car, for example, is a weapon. Almost like a car is a weapon also.
It could be.
Okay, it could be a weapon. And I'm not saying, the gun debate is another story, because here in the United States, some states are very liberal. The gun law is very liberal in certain states here. However, though, the issue, though, this is it. Yes, when you have lawless people running around with guns, it's a very, very, very bad thing.
Yes.
And when you have lawless people driving a car, or don't have no very responsible driving a car, is the same result to get, right?
Yes.
So the issue here, how do I? In other words, yes, the gun is an issue. Illegal gun is an issue. We can clean up the guns on the street. But if these people are still around, as I said before, lawless people who, for example, can't find a job for some reason, decide to go and crime. If these people are still on the street, the guns are going to come back. So we have to get we have to first get into people's mind, I think, that the country is going forward. Things are getting better. Also, let people know that, in my mind, that if you do the crime, you're going to get, we will catch you, or you're going to pay for it.
Yes.
And we also, next thing is...
But on the other hand, sir, we all need to feel secure. Right?
Right.
When we go to our beds at night in our houses and so on.
Right.
We want to feel that somebody is going to kick the door down and come in.
Right.
Right? Or that if somebody did that, you would have had some means of defending yourself.
That's true.
Right?
Right.
Now, one of the problems with guns in Jamaica is that some people are allowed to have guns to defend themselves.
And some aren't.
Right? Reasonably
the ones
so.
that,
right?
Probably the ones that need it most not allowed to have it.
The people that, yes, indeed. They're not allowed to defend themselves.
Because I see a lot of mother. You know, grieving Mr. Perkins, I want to cry. Sometimes I see a mother in a certain particular part. You know, their house get burned down. They have to leave that community because gunmen after them, killing people. It really is a shame. You know, I don't know. Sometimes I say to myself, I can't believe this is Jamaica I'm looking at.
Yes.
It's a sorrow thing, and it's just not happening in Kingston only. For example, in Norwood, that incident that flew up in Norwood, you know, people are afraid to talk because of, you know, revolver killing. It's a very shameful thing.
Well, one of the problems is this. The state cannot guarantee the security of any citizen. Right?
Right.
Least of all, those citizens who live in what are called inner city areas.
Right? They call it, right.
The citizen who lives in Norbrook is far more secure than the one who lives in the inner city area.
Right.
But for the fact that in the inner city areas, there are gangs
right.
that take on the role, the protective role of the state. The state can't keep the people secure.
Right.
But there are some inner city areas in which people, the average man is as secure in his house, possibly more so, than the man who lives in Norbrook.
That's true.
Because there's a gang, and nobody can just walk in there and start. Right?
Right.
Now, where he runs into trouble is where he gets into difficulty with the gang. Or, you know, he has a quarrel, an argument, whatever. Right? With the gang.
Right.
Now, the gang is going to deal with him
right.
very often harshly.
Right.
Right?
Right. I want to ask you a quick favor before you go. I know, you know, Mr. Shaw, come on, as long as Mr. Shaw come on the program very often, and I like to hear your talk because, you know, he originated a lot of problems with Jamaica, and he talks of things that his administration going to do if they come to power, and I agree with a lot of things he said. But I hope that one day you can get the opposition on defense, the defense of, you know, the national defense, to come on your program and let the nation knows their plan on crime and violence in Jamaica, what they're going to do in the short term to curtail crime and violence in Jamaica. And I really like to hear what their plans are.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Ocherius and surrounding areas. For Decra roofing tiles, top quality clay tiles and more, call Quality Dealers Roofing Limited, 3 Milford Road, Ocherius, telephone 974-6424. Quality Dealers Roofing, serving you since 1972. The time by Quality Dealers Roofing is 1:45.
Tasty, the original taste.
Everybody come here.
The original taste we love.
Most famous, most favorite, hot water radio.
That's the taste of tasty.
Jamaica loves tasty.
Tasty loves Jamaica.
Come, savor the flavor, freshly baked.
The original taste we love. Tasty, the original taste.
Come, savor the flavor, freshly baked.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here. Hello?
Yes, Brother P.
How you do, sir?
Me no there. Anyway, me hear a man call you today. Where you say him call you yesterday. And change up, you know, with a funny voice?
Yes.
He was telling a lie because him same one. You know, man.
Well, that was not the only lie.
Well, anyway, all right. Anyway, that's not what I call you about.
Yes.
This is the station where truth come to die.
The what?
And truth come and die, and lie prevail.
On this station?
Yes.
Why you say
on
on
your
so?
program?
On
your program.
Oh?
Yes.
On my program?
Yes.
Truth come to die?
Yes, and lie rampant. Yes.
Tell me about that.
No, I won't go into that.
Why?
I have too much.
No, but hold on a little bit. Hold on. If you are going to make a statement like that, then you should be in a position to substantiate it.
Oh, yes, I can. But
well, please do.
Go into that.
Please do. Please demonstrate that you can.
No, I will. When
no. Don't go any further.
Listen,
tell me.
Listen me. Hear me.
Hello?
By speaking to you.
I beg your pardon?
By going along. You
no.
will understand what
Hold on a minute, sir. You having made that statement.
Yes.
You are either going to... Hold on. Hold on a moment. You are either going to substantiate that statement.
I know.
Or we are going to terminate that
I know you
the
have
conversation.
That button before you can do as you like. I know that. But there are days when you are going to come, when you are going to hear the program and you can't touch a button. Yes. Anyway,
no.
we are the truth.
Please
the truth come
tell
and
me.
die.
What?
Is when I will tell you, when the truth come to die and the lies come to rampant. There was yesterday, Mr. Perkins, when a woman called you and told you about what took place in Portland.
Yes.
And you make every effort, because the woman said bad language was spoken. And you make every effort to discredit the woman. Good. Then shortly after...
Well, hold on a minute, sir. Hold on a minute. That woman came on here and accused a person of using what is called indecent language.
She didn't use it. She said...
Hold on. She came here and soiled the reputation of a person who was not here to defend himself. You don't think that in those circumstances, the host of any talk show would have an obligation to protect the reputation of that person to the best of his ability? You don't think so? Hold on, you don't think so?
Yes.
Oh.
But then,
so
Mr.
what did I... Hold on.
Then, Mr.
Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. You don't think that, what are you complaining about then?
I am complaining. I don't want, Terry, I cannot come now. I'm on the phone.
What is the problem?
Yes.
If I did what it was my duty to do.
Yes.
What objection do you have to that?
Several times on your program, and you do not tell the people that they should give you their names and that they are silent people's names. Anyway, let me go on now, because you soon cut me off. No, Mr. Perkins.
Can you give me an instance of that one?
Mr. Perkins.
Can you give me an instance?
Anyway.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. Stop right there now. Are you going to give me an instance where somebody came on and did that, and I did not do what I ought to have done?
To lead the argument when I want, because I know I'm not going to get.
Because you must not come on to this program, sir. Hold on a little bit.
Not like me.
You must come on to this program with your propagandistic nonsense.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
Yes.
When you come here and you make statements like that, you must be able to support them.
And calling names. You didn't say anything. You were yes.
Give me an example of that, sir.
Yes.
Give me an example of that, boy,
George. The
George.
man who came on your program yesterday, who you found out were lying, right?
Yes.
And you tried to put him on the track. When he says that the place they were a stronghold of the PNP. And
that which place?
The place in Portland. That they were at.
That they were at.
Sunday.
The place that they were at.
Yes. Where the woman claims that she called from. That it was a strong PNP area. And that both the PNP and the Labour Party people are campaigning for both Mr. Vaz and Mr. Dabdul. They both exchanged words. You know? Not bad words. He didn't say bad words. He said that
they both exchanged words?
Yes.
No, what was said that one of them told the other bad words?
No, that was the woman said so.
The woman said that?
Yes.
Right?
Anyway.
And B. The woman said that the woman said that this thing had occurred in one place, and the person who came on afterwards said that it occurred somewhere quite different.
Mr. Perkins? Hello?
Yes. Yes?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Yes.
You're wasting time, you know, sir. This is part of what they plan, you know, to waste time on this program, coming on at this time and chatting a whole lot of nonsense.
You know, Mr. Perkins, you don't like people who oppose you.
I have no problem with people opposing me. What I want is, if you're going to oppose me, oppose me on the facts and on reason. Don't come here with no damn foolishness.
Yes, I know you say so.
Yes.
I know you say so.
Yes,
you don't like to be opposed. Can I go on to something else?
What do you want to go on to?
Mr. Perkins, would you claim that in America you have opportunity for people?
I have
I am asking you.
Yes, there is opportunity for people.
In England, you do have opportunity.
Yes.
In Canada, you do have opportunity. Then why we have so many deportees coming back for criminal acts?
Well, because they left Jamaica very often with criminal intent.
Don't want to work.
Well, it's a cultural problem.
So if we even have work here for them, they wouldn't work then.
No, but if you had work here for them,
Don't go away.
Then they would not have grown up in the way that they've grown up?
Oh, no, Mr. Perkins.
Eh?
You say it's a cultural problem.
It is a cultural problem, yes. It's part of the culture.
Do you listen BBC?
People aren't born with a culture, you know, sir. Right?
So that, Mr. Perkins,
Uh-huh.
the gentleman from before me says that he doesn't know whether the egg or the chicken came before.
No, he didn't
Tell
say
him
that.
for me
He did not say that.
what he said.
Right?
He said he does not know which one is before, whether the chicken come before or the egg. Didn't he say so?
He said something, but that is a statement. What that is telling you, sir. The chicken produces the egg. But it is the egg that produces the chicken.
No, sir.
What?
No, sir. God did not make the egg. God made everything as an adult.
The chicken
Right?
comes from the
So
egg.
there were two. No, sir. God didn't make any egg.
The chicken
He
comes
make
from
a
the egg.
pair of chicken.
God didn't make the egg.
No.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And from the
Must
chicken
have-
came
you made
the
it.
eggs.
Must have
He
you
made
and
a
Bishop Singh
pair
made
of
it.
chicken.
Anyway, thank you very much. Huh? All the
Yeah.
best to you. There seems to be a bit of a plot, you see, to for people like these to come on after at this. Well, more and more of them are coming onto this program to occupy time and to talk a lot of that nonsense. But they're amusing in short doses. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. How are you, sir?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
Not too bad at all. The gentleman called a while ago speaking about something about Portland. What was it? Because I didn't listen to the program yesterday.
Oh, there was a lady came on saying, talking about some encounter in Portland. She said it was in Buff Bay. In which one candidate had told another one a bad word or bad words, right? This happened in front of the Buff Bay courthouse, she said. Somebody later on came on to say that nothing of the kind had happened. That there was, yes, they met each other, but not in Buff Bay, some distance up in the valley, right? And that it was not true what she had said.
Okay. Well, you see, what I was in Portland on Sunday.
Yeah.
And we had no encounter with any other candidates. As a matter of fact, there was some consultation at the for the Balcarres division.
Yes.
Of which a number of persons came out to view that thing.
Yes.
And trust me, it was jubilation down there. You know, the people were in high spirits. You know, the numbers of green came out to support Mr. Vaz. I never see something like that before in Portland, Mr. Perkins.
Yeah.
But I didn't encounter anything like that. I just wanted to understand.
Where was that?
Up with Smith, some school. I can't remember now the name.
White River.
What? Yes, close to White River. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Neville called and he said that coming down through White River, they came across Mr. Dabdoob and
yes, we understand that Mr. Dabdoob was in the area, and so we didn't see any sign of him. The amount of green that was in that division.
We're moving on into greater uncertainty.
Yes. But there's something that I'd like to
hold on. Highlight. You're going to have to hold. It's a little long, but if you want to hold on, too. Okay.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, greater value. The time by Astrosan products is
2 o'clock.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Porus. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface trough northeast of the island. This afternoon will be partly cloudy with scattered showers. In our 3-day outlook, on Saturday look for scattered showers. On Sunday and Monday expect partly cloudy conditions and isolated showers in the afternoons. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
This Labor Day, paint with Berger. Paint with love. Beautify and add color to concrete walls with Berger 303, Everglow, or Magic Coat. And for grills and doors, use Berger 404. Painting roadways and pedestrian crossings? Then use Berger Road Marking Paint. Available in white, yellow, and blue for parking spots for the disabled. Remember, surface preparation is key. Get rid of fungus and algae with Berger Biocidal Solution. Treat flaking, peeling, and chalking services with Berger Alkali Sealer. Need advice on your paint project? Call Berger at 1-8884-BERGER or 322-1105 on Labor Day itself for free technical advice.
Business Online is brought to you by the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union Limited, a steady partner in a changing world.
Good afternoon. I am Errol Gregory, sitting in for Orville Johnson. Welcome to Business Online. The Financial Services Commission, FSC, has sought to remind the public that Cash Plus Limited is not licensed by the FSC to conduct securities business in Jamaica. In a release from the FSC, it said the Securities Act requires all persons soliciting or conducting securities business or investment advice in Jamaica to be licensed. It is therefore urging the public to exercise due diligence when considering investment opportunities. Jamaica and Haiti can raise annual economic growth by 5.4% if they cut the murder rate to the same level as Costa Rica in Central America, according to the World Bank. The World Bank said that the Dominican Republic and Guyana could add 1.8% and 1.7% respectively to their annual GDP expansion. The World Bank is urging the region to modernize its police forces, improve crime statistics, and invest in crime reduction programs like rehabilitating slums and consider novel methods to counter drug trafficking. There was increased demand for foreign currency today among brokers. Despite this, the dollar gained 1 cent against its U.S. counterpart. The local dollar closed trading at an average 68.05 Jamaican for each dollar in the Cambio market. And activities on the stock market today resulted in trading from 29 stocks. 14 advanced, 4 declined, and 11 traded firm. Total volume traded amounted to 14.6 million units. Cable and Wireless was the volume leader, followed by the Gleaner and NCB Capital Markets. And the JC Index gained 603 points to close at 90,773 points. Our advice today is brought to you by Manchester Cooperative Credit Union Limited. Do you want peace of mind to know that your loved ones will be taken care of at the end of life's long journey? At Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, we know how important your family is to you, so we make family protection easy. Ask about the family indemnity plan today. No medical questions are asked, no long applications, low premiums covering up to 6 family members under one affordable policy. Start protecting your loved ones today. Visit them today at one of our 3 branches located in Mandeville, Christiana, and Porus. And that's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need advice, you can call us at 978-6262 or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6, or email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com. You may also visit our website at www.todaysmoneylimited.com. Join us on Monday for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I am Errol Gregory, sitting in for Orville Johnson. Have a great weekend.
Business Online was brought to you by the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union Limited, a steady partner in a changing world.
The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union Limited invites you to take advantage of its wide range of products and services available. Save in a share account and access loans for provident and productive purposes. Get peace of mind from the insurance products on offer and buy or sell foreign currency through its Cambio service. For further information, visit any one of its 3 branches located in Mandeville, Christiana, and Porus. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hi, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I've been waiting 2 days now, so I'll...
Yes, I know, but we're running out of time, so be quick.
Yes. I want to touch on some points. The budget debate. The Prime Minister had made an announcement about 18 and under. That there will be no charges for hospital fees. Now, Mr. Perkins, when I visit a couple of persons that are ill at the Spanish Town Hospital, there's no one there under the 18, except for, some reasons. Most of the persons that goes to these hospitals, right, are older people.
Yes, that's quite true. A lot has been said about that. That's quite true.
So I'm wondering now, what is it that there's no savings to the
Well,
poor?
it's a gesture that is being made, sir, to attract, the money isn't being put where the money is most needed.
Yeah.
Put it that way. Okay? But it's being put where it might attract support.
The support.
Yeah.
So let us use our head now and look into things like these that are happening. I didn't hear Mr. Perkins anything about the beautification. Remember that program that she had launched some time ago?
Yes.
I did not hear anything, neither from she nor Minister Davis.
Well, I don't know. The Christians were out there cleaning up Kingston, so I don't know, or cleaning up the place. I don't know if they got any money out of it.
All right, Mr. Perkins, I don't want to be long with you, but I want to touch on something on Portmore, Passage Fort Drive. Mr. Perkins, I've been asking National Works Agency ever since they opened that road on Passage Fort Drive.
Yes.
For some stop signals. It is waiting for somebody to die, and I don't want that to happen. I'm asking National Works Agency. I've asked the council to write them.
Yes.
On many occasions, I've sat in meetings to discuss this. I myself had witnessed almost death, right? Of some children had gotten hit down on the pedestrian crossing recently, going to school. And I'm asking for some stop signals. Is your press button stop signals so that the light can go red and the vehicle stops so that the pedestrian can cross.
Okay, thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, we have some email for you. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Perkins, the email you received 2 days ago re the U.S. talk show hosts being able to criticize Bush. The talk show host they were referring to was Bill Maher, or Maher, M-A-H-E-R. He said that Bush was not only a village idiot, but went on to say that Bush had to hire people less intelligent than himself, so that when he walked into a room he would feel smart. That's not verbatim, but you get the idea. Does this sound familiar? Also on another U.S. talk show, the debate was fundamental religion. Was it driving politics? It seemed to be endemic. It seems to be an epidemic. They mentioned that this is happening in the U.S., but to a lesser degree, of course, to the full extent, is Iran, where of course, the head honcho has purported that he was appointed by the Most Highest, and therefore, with the second coming, he will have to arm himself with nuclear weapons.
Harm himself?
The world has gone absolutely mad. Mr. Perkins, President Bush and being a village idiot, Dobia, etc., and all the names that the media has called him from the time he became president, it doesn't bother him at all, nor anyone around him. They just laugh and wave and go about their business because they have the full confidence in themselves that they are leading the greatest nation on the face of this earth. Can we say the same for our leaders? Why they are so thin-skinned?
Well, insecurity brings about a thinning of the skin. Yes, that's quite true.
Hello, Mr. Perkins. Can you tell me, is there any member of parliament that lives in the area they represent? Portia is from the bowels of the people. But I can tell you as a fact, Mr. Perkins, she has not lived anywhere near that since 1970.
I can believe that.
Mr. Perkins, that man that changed his voice was Boy, and pretending that he was Boy George was not Boy George. Also, if it was Boy George, he was changing his voice because he himself called just before your last call at 2 o'clock. And in that last call, he called the first caller, which was himself, a liar, saying that he had told a lie on you yesterday. Now, Mr. Perkins.
Look here, that's a very strange lie. He was not Boy George. But if he were Boy George, if he was Boy George, he was not Boy George. But if he was Boy George, anyway, right, we have to take a break.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is 2:15.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car. Definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. No upfront payments necessary.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Okay, we're back to the email.
Yes, let me finish this email. Yes, that man that changed his voice. He also called another show this morning, calling Bruce Golding flip-flop on how he changed his mind and changed from party to party. Mr. Perkins, may I be privileged to tell you that Miss Betty Ann Blaine is now saying that she changed her mind about telling people to take a stand not to vote. She said it is her privilege to change her mind.
Well, fine.
Mr. Perkins, someone has sent you this. It comes from the Japanese Times. It's dated Sunday, July 3, 2005. Marubeni fined 100 million yen for evading taxes. Tax authorities have found that Marubeni Corporation intentionally concealed about 600 million yen in income over 3 years through March 31, 2003, sources close to the case said Saturday. The major trading house failed to declare a total of about 2 billion yen in income, including a sum stemming from accounting errors, the sources said. The Tokyo Regional Taxation Bureau, which conducted a tax audit at Marubeni, ordered the company to pay about 100 million yen in additional tax and penalties because the company was temporarily in the red during the period, the sources said. Marubeni officials said the firm accepted the Tokyo Regional Taxation Bureau's ruling but disputed its reasoning. We think our taxation was handled appropriately, but we couldn't bridge the gap with the Taxation Bureau, a representative said. Of the concealed 600 million yen, 300 million yen came from the abuse of the consolidated corporate tax system Marubeni introduced in fiscal year 2002, which ended in March 2003, the sources said. In February 2003, Marubeni's oil wholesale subsidiary paid about 300 million yen in sales promotion money to the wholesalers' 5 units operating gas stations and booked the money as costs when it closed its books in March 2003, the sources said. But the 5 companies, which use an accounting period running from January to December, registered the 300 million yen as profits in their earning reports for the year to December 2002. As a result, the 5 firms avoided taxation on the money because they were in the red in the year to December 2002, the sources said. The Tax Bureau determined that Marubeni tried to reduce consolidated earnings by transferring profits at the subsidiary to the 5 group firms, they said.
Okay, now that comes from our friend in New York.
I don't know. I think it's from another source. It's from another source. It came with an email.
Yes, but from New York. Okay.
From America.
Okay, but this is we have it also independently on the internet.
Yes.
On Google.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
The same text, the same text from the Japan Times.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. So anybody wishing to go, just type in Japan Times online articles.
Yes. All right.
And it's the article of Sunday, July 3, 2005.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Perkins, yes, sir.
So, I don't know, we've been having some interesting discussions on this Marubeni thing.
Today, being Friday, I don't think there's much time. Mr. Perkins, I sent you an email with the election in Bahamas and France. I was saying to you, if the Socialist Party in France had won the election, you would hear it blasting on our morning programs, as it did the last time. Did you see the Bahamians on CVM last night in their red shirts, with their red tams and other red articles, beside Mr. Ingraham celebrating the election? I figure they are trying to brainwash the Jamaican people in this broadcast with all those red signals to say the PNP is like them. The Bahamians voted the Reds into power, so now we must give them the 5th term.
Okay.
Mr. Perkins, those people who say that Portia does not understand what she needs to do and she's going to grow with the job should remember this article which was printed in the Daily Gleaner, March 25th, 1992. Contender for the post of the President of the PNP and Prime Minister of Jamaica, Portia Simpson, says the country does not need someone who is simply a caretaker. Rather, she said, this is Patterson she was speaking of. Rather, she said, Jamaica needed a dynamic, active caregiver with the courage and strength to energize and galvanize Jamaicans into positive action to make the present economic model work. Addressing the weekly luncheon of the Rotary Club of St. Andrew at the Pegasus Hotel in New Kingston yesterday, the Labour, Welfare and Sports Minister said that she would be putting a human face on structural adjustment. She explained that whatever policy is put in place, the question must be asked, is there a human being in all of this? Quote, this is therefore a time for new and creative solutions. We have no choice but to put people in the economic picture as active agents of change. She said that 2 programs such as the Micro Investment Development Agency, Land Reform and Employee Share Ownership Plan, ESOP, would be used to hold the social fabric together. And it's a pretty long email. But she said that no stopgap measures such as subsidies to consumers and producers and welfare program funded by the government were no longer possible. That was part of that long email.
Okay.
Mr. Perkins, a young man who called you and was trying to get a meaning for the word you used in the past during the BOJ US dollar buying affair prompted me to write. I think the word you used was shyster. Was that the word you used?
Shyster.
Shyster.
It could have been. I don't know. I don't remember the
I think you had some difficulty hearing him clearly.
I think so. I afterwards got the impression that that was the word he was using. He was talking about.
Mr. Perkins, you can have my word on it. Hope Road is thinking of firing Boy George. He has become very recognized on the talk shows. You are not to connive with him to allow him to collect his weekly money. I can bet you he's up there right now.
Oh, no. Anyway, that's all right. Shall we? We have very few minutes left. Let's go back to take another call for the last. Okay. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you, sir.
Uh-huh.
I'm calling in for the first time.
Yes, happy to have you.
Yes, I'm listening from 1986. I heard you trying to tell the Jamaican people that you people have the rights, not those people you vote for put there. You
not to do what?
Right. You, as the Jamaican people, have the rights. You don't make those few little people up there dictate to you what to do.
Uh-huh.
You have the right. I mean, look like Mr. Perkins be paying our revenue and look on our roads.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Perkins, I buy 2 tires for $36,000, 2 truck tires.
Uh-huh.
And in 1 week, Mr. Perkins, my 2 truck tires blow on that piece of road from White House to Savlamar.
Are you serious?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. And I know who are going to turn to our Hawks
Uh-huh.
to get back some funds for my tires.
No, they're not going to pay you any attention.
I mean, Mr. Perkins, I heard that young lady call you, who she's 25 years old, and she said when she is the first government. So
yes.
That's the only government, yes.
Uh-huh.
A lot of young people only know about this government and think now that this is the best of Jamaica, Mr. Perkins. They don't know that the best of Jamaica is already gone. Because I remember the days, Mr. Perkins, when government give you road work to do, and if you don't do it properly, that road work won't take up until you do it properly. Now,
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, when
Yes.
I pass road work and see it on the road, they just chop off the grafted and they get paid.
Yes.
Who responsible for all of those, Mr. Perkins?
Well, sir, your political leaders, surely.
Political leaders, Mr. Perkins. I need the young people to stop thinking about...
And ultimately, the people of Jamaica.
Yes. I thought, well, I want to focus on the young people who asked a young man about the political party, and he said my grandparents was PNP and me a PNP, and I said, why you love PNP government? He said, well, then more car, you don't see welfare car, you know. I tried to tell him, well, whichever government was in power, you would have more car just the same way.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure of that. Because I would argue, sir, that we have far too many cars.
I think so, Mr.
For
Perkins.
a small, poor country.
Mm-hmm.
And if we go on in this way, we're going to use up more and more of our land building roads
Yes,
and
Mr.
highways, right?
Mr. Perkins,
Whereas we could have had a better, far better, and more economic system with using public transportation.
Mr. Perkins, one next thing. Why we have so much Chinese in our countries are doing commercial business, wholesale and
Why we have what?
so much Chinese people?
Chinese?
Yes, sir.
Because, sir, Chinese came here after emancipation, as did Indians. They came as indentured workers and stayed on and did very well for themselves.
But that's what going on right now, Mr. Perkins. I think one of the big drainage in
Yes.
the economy right now, Mr. Perkins, is these. I mean, Mr. Perkins.
But what is wrong with that? They're coming here and making a contribution to the economy.
A contribution? I don't think so, Mr. Perkins.
Anyway, I'm sorry, I have to go. I'm out of time, eh?
Okay, Mr.
Okay. Okay, that brings us to the end of Perkins Online, not just for today, but for the week. We look forward to being back here with you on Monday morning, usual time, usual place. And in the meantime, may we wish you a pleasant and hopefully a safe weekend.
You've been listening to Perkins Online on Power 106. Join us again on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for yet another edition of Perkins Online.
106. Both sides of the story.
Now here's your host.